Hello, everyone, and welcome to day 2 of our Pride Month special episode of Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. My name is Quacksilver, and I am so excited for day 2 of our Pride special. Today's sort of subheading being Surround Yourself with Love. We have a wide variety of different runs featuring partnership, camaraderie, marriage even, and a whole bunch more besides, ranging from hack and slash action all the way down to a simple life on the farm, as well as a whole bunch of stuff in between. Day 1 of the Pride special being Live on Your Own Terms also went to some fantastic places. Thank you so much to everyone who has been watching since yesterday. And in the event you missed it, you can always catch up on past Hotfix shows, as well as our special events and full GDQ marathons on our YouTube channel, youtube.com/gamesdonequick. That said, we're live on Twitch right now, and I think it's time to kick off our Pride special with a game that has been described, and I'm quoting here, as the Mario 64 of lesbian hack and slash games. I don't know fully what that means, but believe me, I am extremely excited to learn. So please, welcome to the stage, running Samurai Maiden all-story missions, Joopy.
Hi, I'm Joopy, also known as Cute Thingies, and welcome to Samurai Maiden. I will say that this beautiful line that Quack had just offered to you was mentioned by my commentator, Squares.
It's me, hi.
Yeah, so yeah, I'm gonna quickly mention a few facts. 2022, time was dire. There was no lesbians with a hack and slash. Well, there was one, but we don't talk about that one, maybe later. And today, on that year, they brought us the beautiful Maiden with a samurai heart and her free lesbian friends. So yeah, outside of that, so Shade Inc., developers of other incredible games just such as Kandagawa Jet Girls, and other games that I'm not going to mention because they're not safe for work. Outside of that, anyway, basically, hack and slash, little janky. I still love this game to bits. This game is amazing, and I am very grateful that we got to showcase it on Hotfix today. So as the name is suggested, all story missions means I'm going to go through all of the game missions. We have all 27, that's better, 27 chapters here, and I'm going to go through them in order with new game plus stats and equipment. So I'm going to be basically shredding through enemies very fast. And yeah, I think we're good to start. So I'm going to do a little 3, 2, 1. I'm also going to be running on normal, that is mentioned. I will say that demonic is probably the funnest category, but also the hottest. So yeah. I'm seeing some maybe speedrun partners. Unfortunately, Square is not my partner, but I would have loved to bring my partner, but Squares is still an amazing person that I appreciate in my day-to-day life.
I do my best.
In any case, let's start now. I'm going to count... no, Optimus, you're going to count down to from 3, and I'm ready to go.
Okay, I'll do 3, 2, 1, go.
Yeah.
3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Let's go. Thank you. All right. So hack and slash means we're going to be fighting enemies with a giant sword. This giant sword, Conqueror, best sword in the game, lets us do a lot of things that are not going to be showcased immediately, but I'm just going to do a single slash, and we kill some enemies. Also, that set of enemies I just dodged, not mandatory. I found that myself.
Surprisingly.
Yeah.
There's actually not a lot of mandatory enemies in this game.
Yeah, I will say that somehow I became the dedicated router for this game because of the few things I found throughout the game. that changed basically the speed run of this game. Like, without what I did, I think we would not have gotten sub 1 hour 30, and sub hour for this category. So that is a big deal. In any case, yeah, I'm gonna throw to Squares to explain a little bit of our main character and what EO, the first partner we have, does.
Okay. So our main character, Tsumugi, is a girl from modern times, thrust back into not really ancient Japan.
Warring
Thrust
States.
back into the Warring States period, the Sengoku period, where Oda Nobunaga was trying to unify Japan, as well as a bunch of other people were trying to unify Japan. It didn't really work out very well until Oda Nobunaga died. But so now she's being joined by a ninja who was in the service of Oda Nobunaga, but has decided to defect because like in a lot of these, his ambition has caused him to do things that people find disagreeable. So Io, the ninja girl that is following us, is like our first like partner character. She does attacks that complement our own, and she also uses items for us, which normally we wouldn't really have access to because in New Game as much, but since this is not New Game, this is New Game Plus, we have all of the ones we want, like the bomb and the healing item and the decoy. I'd forgotten the word decoy. We had all three during the first mission, but now it's just Tsumugi and Io.
Yeah, you slowly unlock the different characters throughout the first few levels of the game. It's just that here, for the start, they want to learn each character and make it simpler for us. Here I did a giant swipe, which is one of the hard attacks, heavy attacks, which Conqueror is great for. Because Conqueror is basically, do you like heavy attacks? Do that all the time.
Yeah, I believe you showed it to me one time, and
yes,
the effects are basically just do more damage with heavy attacks. Can't get interrupted when doing heavy attacks. Charge up heavy attacks faster. And this is the final boss of the level. Oh, he's already dead.
Yeah. I said it was going to be easy. Oh yeah, so also we gotta love the selfies at the end of each level.
They're very important. It's the most important part of the game.
Yeah.
Well, it's the second most important part of the game.
Yeah, the most important part of the game is technically available to us right now, but I'm not gonna do it because it requires specific things. But we have a sort of super mode. As we could call it, Yuri super mode.
It's been called many things.
Yes.
Yuri mode, wife mode, lesbian mode, devoted heart. One of those is actually the name of it.
I have a guess which one.
Yeah, super Yuri mode. That's the one. That's the normal one. Oh, I am being greeted by... Oh no, he is going downstairs. Say hi to Larry, everyone.
Larry is Juppy's cat.
Yeah, he likes to sometimes bother me during speedruns, but he's being nice right now.
This is like a quick little platforming level. It's already over. They put those little bombs there, but you can't do anything on this level.
Yeah, they also made them like unable to hurt you anymore with the February update, so I'm fine. I could showcase like sometimes what I do for fun with the mines later on when we have a level with mines.
Oh, you mean the arcade cabinet buttons?
Yeah, the one that looked like that.
They look like little arcade cabinet buttons. They look like buttons on a fight pad. You will know what I mean as soon as you see them. It's what they look like. Would you like me now to explain Other Girl?
Oh yeah, I mean it's your favorite. Go ahead.
She is my favorite. So now we have a second girl. Agane here is from an alternate universe and where people have like magic technology, and so she's got like a cool magic claw prosthesis, and she's also kind of like a glorified grappling hook. She's my favorite character out of your three ninja girlfriends, and also they know ninjutsu. But she doesn't actually get a lot of use in the speedrun, unfortunately, because her moves are all there's the mines. Now you can see exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
they just look like buttons.
Yeah.
I hope that people are not too lost by the fact that, yes, we mentioned that there was parallel universes and also going back in time.
You're fighting demons. This is like the least objectionable part of it.
Yeah.
Oh, there's a cool woman. She's from another universe.
Dateable.
Anyway, yeah, she doesn't get a lot of use in the speedrun just because her attacks are kind of devoted to doing like damage over time, and they're slow to come out and things like that.
Yeah, I'm gonna use the only thing that matters for her, which is this lightning attack that uses the entire bar. So it's yeah, it's fast, but yeah. How many QPUs do you travel? A lot.
Yes, to talk about Samurai Maiden, first we have to talk about parallel universes.
Yeah.
This truly is Mario 64.
Oh my gosh, keeps coming true.
It's like it was actually a good description of this game. I will mention that the Hotfix channel has been mesmerized at Square's mentioning that. We have been having a couple of people being like, what? What? I need to see this. And yeah, I can confirm. You need to see this.
It kind of looks like we're just doing the third level again, but this is a different level, I promise. Because now there's a grapple point.
Yeah.
This game is, I'm not going to call it bad or anything. I have not played it. It looks a lot of fun, but it does like to reuse certain aspects of itself.
Gonna have fun.
It makes clever reuse of some of its assets. That's all I wanted to say. Oh, and that was a mine.
Yeah, that's
my favorite. This is my favorite selfie animation, where she does the whole claw.
Yeah, she does the claw thing. Also, she has fangies, which, following my my online handle, yes, she is kind of my favorite, but also I like Io a lot.
Yeah, Io is the first girl, and it could be argued the canon girl in some ways.
Yeah. It has...
But what matters is in your heart, okay?
Yeah, I mean, as you will see later, the game is not shy of making you believe in the polycule.
Oh, now we've got third girl.
Oh yeah,
well, technically.
Komimi. Let's explain her.
Komimi, also from a parallel universe, different parallel universe. In her parallel universe, there are animal people. Komimi has a giant hammer and fox ears. So if either of those are your favorite, you would probably like Komimi best. She has ice powers to go with the fire girl and the lightning girl. I almost said lesbian instead of lightning.
So we've established the tone, and that's good.
They are all the lesbian girl. Anyway, so yes, Io is the fire girl, Agane is the lightning girl, and Komimi is the ice girl. She has a big ice AoE. You're going to see it used a lot because it does a lot of damage and it comes out pretty fast.
Yeah, most of what I do for fighting, like especially big bosses, I'm using I'm alternating between Io and Komimi's base support skills. Because they're very fast and you can quickly go from one to the other without any lost time. Hagane unfortunately does not have the luck of that, as Optimus mentioned. Squares mentioned. Oh my god, I'm already doing this thing.
Right, and I forgot to mention the other thing Komimi does. Each one of our ninja girlfriends has a sort of like gameplay edition that they add Io lets you use items.
Okay, cool.
Hagane is a grappling hook. There was a slime in that waterfall, by the way. You didn't see it. And Komimi lets you pick up the like bombs or other objects that are sitting around and throw them at other things. You don't see it as much because since this is New Game Plus, we have the best sword doing the most damage. But you'll see it eventually.
We'll mention that every partner has a base support skill, which I've been that is using either 1 or 2, depending on which equipment you have on the character in question. Yeah, here's the grab. I'm just doing the first one to get rid of a good amount of enemies, and then I do this. There's also a super, which unfortunately Io's is not as good, but Komimi and Hagane have the best supers together. It's kind of difficult to tell which one is better, but yeah. I can hear your excitement over this.
Look, the most important part of this game is cute girls being cute. And if I can't be happy when the cute girls are being cute, then what's the point?
Yeah.
So yeah, this is chapter 7 out of 27, and we already got all of our girls.
Yeah. And now we're going to fight another girl.
There's a new girl.
Who is she?
Yeah, so if you were here from the beginning, you may remember me mentioning a guy named Oda Nobunaga. He was like a big historical figure. Well, we're about to meet another historical figure. This is Kenshin Uesugi, exactly how the history books depict them.
Sure.
You know, cute anime girl. The dragon of Echigo. Fun historical fact, Kenshin's already beaten. Fun historical fact, Kenshin changed his name 3 times. Sorry, her name 3 times. Sorry. Kenshin changed her name 3 times throughout her life. So, you know, if anybody here wanted to change their name a 2nd or 3rd time and feels a little bit embarrassed about it, you could just point to Kenshin and be like, Kenshin did it, I can do it too.
Yeah.
There's not a lot to say about that fight, I'm sorry.
Congrats on her transition.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, so chapter 8, now we're going to be going full into like a little bit longer levels. I'm going to be doing a lot of basically fighting as best as I can, trying to manage my bars because I want to use obviously the best moves at the best times. I will also mention that one of the usual strats is to start with a decoy in the start of a fight, because it means that all of the ads get distracted, and usually the ads the ads are not mandatory for the fight. You will usually be fighting the boss and of that one section, and that basically covers what you need to do for the speedrun. So here I'm gonna do a quick drop, and I'm gonna hope. Okay, Io only hit 1. It's okay. I will mention that I don't know why, but slimes are extremely susceptible to the to Io's base attack. She melts them. I'm kind of wanting to believe that they're weak to fire damage, but I have never seen any other instance where like damage type actually matters. So yeah. It also doesn't help that despite the fact that they can do a status ailment related to their element, Komimi can burn, Komimi can freeze, Hagane can electrify and paralyze, and Io can burn. And what we want is actually the stun power up. Also, I mistimed my approach and couldn't do the parry here. I will mention also, do you like Dark Souls? This game has parries too.
I do like
just
Dark
like
Souls.
Perfect.
Just
this game
like
is
my
for you.
favorite video game character, John Dark Souls.
All right. So coming onto a boss, I'm gonna quickly go Io, do the decoy, and then setting up Agane for the super, and deal a lot of damage to this Gokusotsu, which we're gonna affectionately shorten to Goku. It's Goku.
He's just
Goku is in this game. This game has it for everyone. I don't understand why this game only sold 100,000 copies on Steam only.
Using 100,000 and only is so, like, strange. 100,000 is a lot of something.
Yeah, no, I agree. But I mean, I think that this game deserves the million. All right.
Oh, here's other historical.
Other. If you're asking, yes, she's a girl as well.
Spoilers.
Oh, I'm sorry. I wanted people to get excited. Any case, well, don't we talk about Shingen?
I don't actually have fun historical facts about Shingen, unfortunately, but yeah. Shingen Takeda, just like in the history books, also a girl, was historically the rival of Kenshin, was the Tiger of Kai, as the name of the level goes.
Gotcha.
Already beaten. There's a lot more to say about these fights in normal mode. In New Game Plus, all story missions, you know, it's a lot more just about trying to do things to, like, just blow through these things as fast as possible. So there's not as much time to explain what's going on or sort of.
Yeah, she
Oh my
happens
God,
to
I
be
lost
here.
my train of thought. Sorry.
It's okay. It's okay. But yeah, basically, the game is trying to set itself in a certain period, but also kind of using the historical belief that Shingen and Kenshin were actually lovers in at the time, despite being bitter rivals.
I did not know this fact. You've never
Yeah.
shared this fact with me before.
I'm sorry. I wanted to keep this.
Yeah, no, yeah, Shingen and Kenshin were considered rivals, especially because, like, one was the dragon and one was the tiger, which, like, from Chinese mythology, not Japanese, Chinese mythology, were considered, like, bitter rivals. And also they fought, like, 5 times during the Sengoku period.
Yeah. If you've played Yakuza 0, you also know about that because Kazuma Kiryu has a dragon, and the final boss, which I'm not gonna spoil the name because I don't remember it, has a tiger tattoo on his back. I need to remember if it's Yakuza 0 or Yakuza 1 because in Yakuza 1, you know, they're the friends.
Oh, in Yakuza 1, it was Nishikiyama,
Yeah, Nishikiyama, I think it was the case.
and he had the carp tattoo. I'm sorry, spoilers for Yakuza 1 if you haven't
Oh,
played
so
that
then I
game.
was right. It was Yakuza 0. So one thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to set up the hammer, and I'm going to take care of this Tengu that is trying to escape me. That
Sorry,
way,
it was a koi, but a koi
yeah.
type of carp.
So yeah, the tornado just dealt all of the damage on the skeleton, and I was cleared to go onto the Tengu, which is a bit harder to hit with the specials. Spoilers in chat.
I apologize for spoiling a 20-year-old game.
Don't say these things though.
Yeah. Let's keep it safe for everyone.
No. Don't say that game is 20 years old. I'm crumbling to
Oh
dust.
yeah, no,
over
that's
here.
better.
I'm crumbling to dust.
I'm
over
sorry.
Yeah. Wow,
So-
I actually PB'd that level. What the hell?
here. Oh, you got
Hey, good
splits
job.
up. Nice.
Oh no. You have in-game time.
Oh,
you
just
have
the in-game time.
timers.
Okay.
Yeah, but
I always got to know if we're
PB'd.
pacing.
Oh no, don't worry. We're pacing as best as I can. Oh my god. Yeah, there's gonna be another easy level, like just platforming and then one boss. So Quack, if you have any anything to talk?
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to let folks know here that if you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community, besides, I see a lot of wonderful discourse in the chat, ranging from fight sticks discourse to rivals to lovers discourse, and I'm a fan of all of it. If you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community broadly, you can join the official Games Done Quick Discord and add the Hotfix role to stay in the loop on upcoming events, chat with staff, and more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and also more info.
Yeah, I can say from my part, this is my first time commenting over anything GDQ related, and everyone was super nice. I was kind of intimidated at first, but it's been lovely. But back to the game.
Yeah, I will also confirm that this is my third showing at Hotfix, and it's always the same, and it's always amazing.
And submit your runs. We have a run submission form on the Games Done Quick site's Hotfix page. If you have something that doesn't beat the game, I want to hear about it. It doesn't even have to be the Mario 64 of lesbian hack and slash games.
I mean, it would be good if it was, though.
It would be kind of interesting if there was another contender that we didn't know about that you wanna drop me a line on. But like,
oh yeah. I jokingly talked about Knights of Azure, which I'm interested in maybe speedrunning. I did a playthrough like last year or 2 years ago, and we had a lot of fun with friends talking about the cupcake. And you are not gonna. I'm not gonna say more about the cupcake. You're gonna have to either play the game or trust in me to bring that speedrun to Hotfix one day.
All right. So how did you find this game as a speedrun then?
Oh, that's a very funny story. Because I don't remember if you know about this one, Squares, but yeah.
You've told me.
Yeah, I've told you. So I found about this game because I like people who draw lesbian art, and a certain Cinnamon, which you might know as the partner of a certain Colorless, if you like a certain Mage Demon Queen. Certain names. I'm not gonna add more to those, but basically, Cinnamon one day posted a full-on doujin of a post-game scene, like full-on a what-if thing. And I went, okay, I want to read this, but I need to play the game, because I don't want to get spoiled. So I decided to play the game.
And that's dedication.
Yeah. The second thing is that how did I come to speedrun this game is also another funny story, because I was playing through this game very casually with my partner in tow, behind me watching, and basically I joked that if we were seeing Oda Nobunaga in cutscenes, and I said if Oda Nobunaga ends up being the final boss, I'm speedrunning this game.
Well, I guess we know how this ends then.
Yeah. Sorry, spoilers.
That's an incredible called shot, though.
Yeah, no, that is, I mean, it's Nobunaga. He's the only man, literally, in the entire story. He was, slated.
Even the power of the Demon King that Oda Nobunaga is going down into the underworld to obtain is a woman.
Yeah, she is, the Demon Lord is voiced by a woman in cutscenes. It's hilarious that Oda Nobunaga is the only man in this entire story.
Oh, the move you're going to see Jupi using a lot here is the Stinger. The fight's over, but yeah, you're going to see a lot of Stingers, especially against bosses. If you've played a DMC game, you know what a Stinger is. If you have not played a DMC game, it's when you point your sword at somebody and jet towards them as fast as possible.
If you have never seen a DMC game, I would suggest Asuka's run of DMC. They're very good. Okay, we're gonna enter the longest level in the game. they decided to. What were you saying?
Is it the longest level in the game?
Oh yeah, no, confirmed. It's the longest level in the game. For some reason, they decided that this level needs to have 5 bosses and then a long section here. But here I'm gonna drop those bombs and I'm gonna let the boss hit it. Because the bosses do not care and will launch themselves into a bomb, despite being told not to. All right.
Oh, hey, interesting fun fact about this category specifically.
Oh yeah.
You know who holds the world record for this category?
Is it Jupy?
It's Juvie. The world record for this category is held by Juvie, and the current record is 59 minutes and 32 seconds.
Yeah. It's the
I have
only
this written
sub-hour
down so I
run
don't forget.
ever.
Yeah, every other run of this game is a bit longer, or a lot longer, depending.
Yeah, the other technically category that is shorter is Bubble Pockets, which is not even the main game levels. So, yeah, it's I kind of made all Bubble Pockets as a sort of side category for maybe picking for Flame Fatales. Hi GC, I love you. Please bring this game. You can see the love for the lesbians is up on screen.
Yeah, there's a lot of this game that you're not going to really see just because this is a new game plus run. So, like, Jupy has the one sword that does the most damage and all of the moves, but there are, like, little scenes between all of the girls. Like, what's the word?
I'm trying to aim.
Like,
Okay,
visual
you good?
novel kind of scenes.
Cool. Yes, I did the quick kill. Let's go.
Nice.
Yeah,
Yeah,
sorry, I
this
didn't
quick
wanna
kill
mess
is
that.
difficult to set up. No, don't worry. I was trying to aim it. By
But
putting
yes,
Hagane in a
there's-
very specific position, you can actually deal the most damage you can with the electricity she liberates.
Oh, hold on, we've got the red Harpy? No, the red Tengu.
Yeah, Tengu.
And Goku's here.
Yeah. You know what? Let's do a little parry because funny times.
That's often
first
why I'm
parry.
parrying in video games, true.
For real, I saw the skeleton start attacking and I was like, okay, parry time. Disconnect your brain.
But yeah, I just wanted to sell people on the game a little bit more. There's a lot of moves to unlock, and also there's a Oda Nobunaga.
Yeah. Do you like destroying Oda Nobunaga? But also, I'm gonna say this. Do you want to see lesbians kiss? I think everyone in chat wants to.
Oh, it's finally time.
Yeah, it's finally time. I'm gonna do it on the last phase to explain. We're not gonna explain what the thing does immediately, but I'm gonna let it rip just for everyone to enjoy. I'm also gonna... Yeah, okay. I wanted a little tornado here. And I'm waiting for the last phase where I'm gonna see... there they are. So I'm gonna switch to Hagane, and I'm gonna...
Let's go, lesbians.
Let's go, lesbians!
And this is the hyper mode.
This is Devoted Heart.
Incredible. Incredible.
Yes.
I love video games where you can kiss your girlfriend to power up. It's currently a list of 2, and it's this and Super Lesbian Animal RPG. But that's an
Gotta
excellent
be at least
list.
one more.
Or in RPG, I think it might heal you. But the point is,
Yep. Devoted Heart even changes depending on which girl you kiss.
Yeah.
There are different flavors of lesbians.
This one is lemon.
Yes. Lemon or lightning.
Yeah. I mean, when a girl
Hagane
kisses
is
you,
lightning.
lightning does course for your body.
They have other like secondary effects, but I don't remember what Hagane's is, other than
Upping the
just
power
not
and
that
making
useful.
yeah. So Devoted Heart adds adds the element of your of the person you choose to kiss onto the blade of Tsumugi, and also adds a little thing for Hagane. It actually makes her able to travel faster, and also like do better dodges. It's actually very useless in the speedrun because we kind of can do all of that by just doing normal dodges. There is nothing that actually requires that. That requires the super dodge from here.
Yeah. Also, just like a lot of times when Devoted Heart goes off, it's not really in a spot where you need to be moving a lot. So
Yeah.
she just doesn't get to see a lot of use, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I'm personally heartbroken.
Yeah, the best one is Eo's, which I'm gonna explain when we get to her power. I'm gonna
We have a
quickly.
Blue Goku here.
Yeah, here I'm keeping Hagane because I'm gonna be using it on the next fight, which is a set of 2 skeletons.
2 skeletons?
Yeah, 2 skeletons.
Can you beat 2 skeletons?
I am believing in people being 2 skeletons. I think that this should be enough. I think that the right one did not get hit, unfortunately. But it's okay. Easily dispatched.
The mild setback.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna switch again to Io, and I'm gonna activate the decoy, and then we're good to fight Fujin, Special Goku.
Yeah, so this is Super Saiyan Blue Goku.
Yeah.
Goku is blue now. That's his attack.
Yeah.
But there he goes. Fujin, I don't think is supposed to be an ogre, but you know. Henshin's not technically supposed to be a girl either, but
Just the disappointment in your voice on the technically is beautiful and perfect, actually.
Yeah. All right. Next level, 16, which is another boss fight. Yes. Do you want to fight Oda Nobunaga? I think that everyone wants to fight Oda Nobunaga. Well, today we're only going to be fighting his eyes, and yes, you are correct. Those eyes are there, and that's all I'm going to say.
his pecs.
Yeah, his pecs. So right now we only need to defeat the eyes because that's kind of an introduction to the actual boss fight that we're going to see later.
Yes, there's slightly more complex aspects.
Yeah. Oh, we'll see
that's a
that
great
later.
evil laugh, too.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Now, the thing is that in the story, Io is kind of torn between actually, like, continuing to help her Oda Nobunaga because she was a retainer for him, and helping Tsumugi because Oda Nobunaga is kind of being taken over by the Demon Lord. And unfortunately, she got kidnapped, so we don't have Io for the next couple of levels. And here I'm gonna do something that is pretty unusual. I'm gonna restart the level. This game has a glitch where sometimes the game does not want to end the level, and we don't know why that happens. And it tends to happen a lot on this level for me. So I'm gonna do that. It's gonna lose us a little bit of time, but it's better for me to not lose 3 minutes to redo this level.
And so, like, when the glitch is active, I guess, does the level just, like, not end after killing the final enemies? Or what's the...
Yes, that's exactly what happens.
Fun!
Yeah, so this is why we actually we need to actually make sure that I'm not gonna get an additional 3 minutes for that. So here I'm gonna take care of this boss in a different way, not using the stinger, because I am maybe preparing a little surprise for this level as well. But you will have to see.
Chat, just going back to the Demon King, I love chat. Yes, immediately sharing the collective brain cells for the look me in the eyes when you talk to me, my eyes are up here style jokes. Bonus points to everyone
I mean,
in chat.
his eyes are down there.
We're proud of all of you equally.
Yeah. You know what, Chad? I'm proud of you.
Look, it's important to be the funniest person in Twitch chat, so make the jokes.
Yeah. Okay, here it's pretty nice to just do the Hagane super attack because she's gonna kill the skeleton by herself. Unless she just misses one hit. That happens. And now you can see that my bar on the side is full. I think that the Yuri mode is gonna come very soon. I wonder what's gonna happen.
It's known by many names.
Yeah.
You make it sound like there is a great and terrible prophecy.
I mean, there is, kind of.
That's fair.
Yeah, technically, I should mention in this it's kind of story related, but they share their power between each other in the story for a good reason. All right, so I'm gonna do the setup for the tornado, and then I'm gonna immediately launch this Komimi time.
Shout out to all the Animal Girl lesbians. This is for you.
We literally had Parrot Dash on yesterday. Shout outs to Gay Fox Girls.
Also, the one thing I didn't mention, you get the full bar again when you activate when you activate the Voted Hot. So I did 2 tornadoes in one go. Normal stuff. When you kiss someone, they have the energy to do another tornado.
It's true. Or so I've been told.
Yeah. All right. We're gonna go into a boss fight because game really wants us to have a boss fight without EO, and so without the possibility of healing ourselves. There is a way of healing because I forgot to mention it, but Komimi's
Yes.
Devoted Heart lets you heal during the time. It's sort of like a slow regen, which can be useful when we don't have EO, because EO has literally the best Devoted Heart, no questions. Anyway, it's time for Shingen 2.
Oh, we actually get to see a move from Shingen this time.
Yeah, I forgot her. I was trying to find her among... So here I'm trying to go into the second phase, because in second phase she will start doing different moves than usual, but I'm faster, so who cares about that?
Just too strong. She doesn't get to do it.
Like, with their second iteration, they have additional moves, both Kenshin and Shingen. And Shingen has one that is very funny. It's a giant fire weave that she's completely staggerable when she does that one. Basically, you just go to her and hit her, and she will stagger. Very funny.
I mean, she's wearing those really big, tall sandals that only have, like, one little, like, slat on them that you just kind of have to balance on, so it's not surprising that she falls over.
Yeah. We're getting to now levels. You like the snow? You like the nice spring weather? Now it's Hell Zone.
Now it's really summer.
Yeah. Whoops.
Fun fact, I live in a desert. This is actually what it looks like outside right now.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
Including the bombs and the robot.
Do you have the lesbians with you as well?
God, don't I wish.
Oh my god.
The only lesbians are inside my computer, unfortunately.
All right.
Oh, another little mechanic that I guess is worth mentioning is that enemies are color-coded by strength. So you'll see like a regular skeleton, then a red skeleton, and then a gold skeleton. It's the same thing with like other enemies. So there's like regular blue harpy, not harpies. Why do I keep saying harpies?
Because they kind of look like
Tengu.
harpies. Tengus, yes.
Blue Tengu, red Tengu, gold Tengu. Goku's fancy, and Goku gets like 4 forms.
There's actually, there's the 3 normal upgrades, and then there's Fujin and Raijin, which we're gonna see Raijin at the end of this level.
Oh, I've been told. Okay,
Yeah, it's okay.
the expert had to step in and correct me. And there's still gold skeleton.
Yes, Gold Skeleton is here. But Goku goes green to blue to red. Red Goku is only in demonic difficulty. So we won't be seeing it today.
Okay, Goku bucks the trend.
Yeah.
You get color coded slimes too.
Yeah, those are more related to their elements more than anything. There's green, which is neutral, yellow for electricity, and red for fire. There is no ice slime for some reason.
There isn't? I thought there was.
No, there isn't. Also, I'm remembering that this is the path.
I've watched you play through this game like 4 or 5 times, and I just somehow keep learning things.
Yeah. Anyway, Raijin is coming pretty soon, and you would think that Raijin, being a god of thunder, is not susceptible to Hagane, but actually he is.
Well, as I mistakenly established earlier, she's not the lightning-powered one, she's the lesbian-powered one.
Yeah, true.
As I mistakenly established earlier is such a powerful phrase.
I do a lot of things by accident.
All right. Little sip of drink. Everyone, please hydrate. After all, we're literally in a volcano. You need to hydrate. That's very important. Also, don't ask why the next area, the next arena is the snow fields again. Think about the hell. Think about volcanoes.
Look, you know, it's the underworld. Things don't have to make sense.
Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna try.
Kenshin is here again.
Oh. Third one. Oh, I wanted to get a parry just for the funny, but no, I'm not getting it.
Denied.
The timing on the parry is very hard.
That's the parry right there.
Yeah, the parry, I managed to do it. She did the final one. That is just a giant swerve of her spear. I'm not gonna say the line that I see on chat that would make Quack just lose it. All right, so outside of that, we're going to be going through a couple of more levels that are just going to be pretty normal. So again, Quack, any messages would be welcome.
Absolutely. Well, friends, I wanted to let you all know that like SGDQ 2025 is in fact right around the corner. But also, all throughout this month, our SGDQ ambassadors are going to be doing some fundraising for Doctors Without Borders on their own Twitch channels. Supporting Doctors Without Borders can look like tuning into the main marathon. It can look like giving if you have the means. It can also look like supporting our ambassadors. You can use !SGDQ ambassadors to check out the full schedule of all of our ambassadors who are doing individual fundraising streams scattered throughout the month of June.
I'm going to say hi to Alice in the chat, which I'm not going to say the thing because I love bullying you with unhinged things that I put in your chat. I'm respectful. This is Hotfix. If they gave me the right, I would not be respectful. But I'm respectful. All right, go.
I just have a bit of background noise.
No worries.
Yeah, no, this is we're coming up very close to like the end of the levels. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that platforming is always funny when I try to do the skip. So yeah, don't worry.
Let's skip the cycle. Have we? Is this the level? Remind me where when we were talking through this speed run, you almost found a new sequence break.
Oh yeah, we almost found something, but unfortunately the walls that bar your progress and make you fight the boss fights were actually up. So no,
it was very exciting for a moment, though.
Yeah.
How much time would it save if you could get around the boss wall?
Not gonna lie, I wish we had more of that, but the game is actually pretty tight in terms of skips. The only ones that we have found are literally using the fact that we're way up and we can just descend extremely fast to the arena and stuff. Also, I will mention here, if you don't like weird textures, don't look, because here the texture moves around with the pillars.
More like it doesn't.
Yeah, like there's just a plane of textures that just keeps there. It's very funny. All right, and now it's boss fight, pretty simple. And there we go. I will mention that sometimes you might see me not defeating all of the enemies, like especially at the end of levels. That's because the only enemies that matter at the end of the levels are the ones whose life bar are showing on screen. So this is why I've been going for the main thing on screen and then ignore everything else.
Only the one skeleton is real. Everyone else is fake.
They're just along for the ride. All right.
What's
next?
You're dead.
Is this a boss level?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Boss level.
I was going to talk about the big February patch because I realized I never.
Oh yeah. Do that before I ask for serious time for the next level.
Okay. So basically, back in February last year, there was a big patch that actually made this game a lot more speedrunnable. And it did things like make it so you don't lose health if you fall down a pit. You don't take damage from bombs anymore. Third thing that I don't remember.
The main ones are faster movement and faster attack speed.
Oh yes. Faster movement, faster attack speed.
Yeah.
It kind of just made all of the
the entire game just got way better.
That's good. That's the direction you want patches to take a game for speedrunning.
Yeah. But now I'm going to go into chapter 23. I'm going to do a little serious time because the first thing that we're going to do here is dealing with 4 giant skeletons, which is pretty tough. It's not as tough in New Game Plus, but we want to make sure that everything is good and I don't lose time to it. I'm going to still explain what I'm doing here. I'm going to set up a decoy and then I'm going to attack one of the skeletons ahead because I want to defeat it as fast as possible. And I wanted to parry, but then here I'm going to try to lure them into one specific place so that I can unleash a tornado on them. And unfortunately, I got hit by the tornado. I got hit while the tornado was live, so that's not the best. I'm going to be a bit more wary of what I'm doing, but it should be fine. All right. Cool. A little bit of parry, and then... Come on. Oh, wow, that is way slower than usual. I don't know what happened. but it's okay.
Still good handling.
And
good handling.
Yeah. And with this, because you've been so nice and serious time has been well observed, I'm gonna showcase the last one of the Yuri Super Mode cutscenes.
As reward, and not because I would have done it anyway.
No, I
don't know what
understand the
you mean.
narrative.
Yeah. I'm being nice. I'm being nice to everyone. Usually, I would not even use Devoted Heart. To note, Devoted Heart is not useful in New Game Plus at all. I just want to showcase the kissing.
It's for you, chat. We do these things for you.
It's a gift to the chat.
A gift to the LGBTQ community.
You can only watch if you're queer. If you have anything else, look away. Girls are kissing. Be respectful.
I'm sorry to Great Joe in the chat. I'm afraid he can't watch anymore.
Yeah. I'm seeing some love for you down there. Alright, the goblin's a little annoying, but it's okay. They've been dispatched. And I'm gonna quickly do a tornado with Kamimi and then launch into the cutscene.
Shout out to girls that just like girls.
Yeah.
I didn't do the shout out for Hagane's cutscene because that one was for me.
Yeah, that one is only for you. I know that.
I mean, and anyone else that wanted it to be for them.
Chat, once again, so much funnier than I could ever be. Calling chat the LGBTQ community from now on, no matter what context. Again, we're learning. One of the things that I'm learning about just my relationship to hack and slash games also, and also just the commentary and the chat, is that so many things are power moves, and I think that's beautiful.
Oh yeah, with this we showcased all of the cutscenes, and I'm not gonna be going for them anymore. So, thank you to the beautiful animators for this chef's kiss.
And you were saying in the green room, I believe, that you can, like, by playing this game, you can unlock the storyboards for them.
Yes, you can unlock them by getting like the side unlockables. They're great. I would highly recommend you play this game to see the storyboards.
That I genuinely just is like a bit of dev stuff. Like I know some other games like BC Ball, which we had on yesterday, has all of the concept art for the Beasties available to see in the game. But I just like dev touches like that are really cool. It's nice to see a little bit of the process.
Yeah, all of the unlockables are basically a notebook, which is pretty nice. But there's a specific zone that is literally the entire storyboards of the cutscenes. You can see Io before they actually gave her the scarf, which I think is a very good point of hers. Also, another PV on this level. What is happening?
Nice. Racking up those ILs.
Let's go. I'm gonna submit all of those ILs afterwards.
I'm sorry, did I interrupt you there, Jippy?
Oh no! Don't worry. I was done. I mean, to note, I will say that to do a little flex, I have every category world record except for any percent. And even then, I am basically the maker of that category. So I think I'm good in some world records. If you want to come over and beat my times, because I would love to have some competition for this game. Please do. This game is great.
Yeah, no, this game, despite having seen it 5 times, I still need to play it myself. Yeah. And every time I watch Choopy speedrun it, I'm more convinced that I need to play it myself.
I hope I convince more people today.
But that's how you are with every game that you speedrun.
That's a good energy. It's a good. That's my energy with speedrunning too. Hey, come check out all these weird little games I like a lot.
I mean,
check out my cool video game.
Exactly.
I'm thinking about Yaz Rising, where I brought Lucifer and 783, my partner, into this because I was really like, hey, please speedrun this with me. Please speedrun this with me.
Bullying
that
your
insistent.
partner
She
into
actually-
speedrunning video games with love and affection. Gotta be one of the best feelings in the world.
She actually started speedrunning earlier than me. It's just that what she speedrun before was Disney games.
That's a wild
And nowadays, she speedruns basically sort of games that I show to people. I love showing games to people in general, and she's just interested in so many games that I like. She's even going for games that I'm not running or I'm not sure if I want to run yet. So that's that. I love her. She is an incredible partner.
That's amazing.
I am also friends with Jupi's partner. Ellie's pretty cool.
I mean, I'm not stopping you from doing speedruns, Squares.
This is how it starts.
Yeah.
I have been threatening to speedrun a game, but that's not here. But that's for another conversation.
Yeah, I know which game she is talking about.
We're actually coming up really close to the end of this game, though.
Yeah, we're on the...
This is the 25th of 27 missions, right?
Yeah, 25th. I was going to say second to last, but no, it's third to last level. So here we have a duo boss of Fujin and Raijin, so we're going to be taking care of Fujin before Raijin drops down from his own pillar.
2 Gokus.
Yeah, do you like Gokus?
Goku is so good. Where is Goku 2?
When Goku is not on screen, people should be asking, where is Goku?
This is a level beyond Goku. You can call it Goku 2. Anyway, there goes Goku.
Nice.
Bye, Goku. Also, I'm going to say hi from Satan herself, who was on the host when this game was first showcased in a marathon. Thank you so much, Satan. You were the best, and I hope we bring you more to this game.
You know, actually, come to think of it, I think Goku's 2's name was Gohan.
Yeah, if there's one thing I really want to leave from this run, it's definitely DBZ discourse. That's definitely that's what we need this afternoon.
Oh my god.
Oh, here's the final battle with Kenshin and Shingen.
Yeah. So it's going to be a pre-potter. First, we're going to have Kenshin. Oh, she did the lore. She can do 2 different things here, and she unfortunately did the one thing that I cannot counter with a parry, so... But next we have Shingen. We deal half of their bar before we actually go into the mode where they're going to be built there. This is probably the hottest level in New Game Plus, because those bosses still deal a lot of damage despite being at full health and stuff. Okay, here for safety, I'm gonna lay down a healing urn. I'm gonna do the quick item drop. I'm seeing the trees. Oh, I am not liking this setup. I'm gonna. Okay, cool. I'm trying to bring Kenshin to a stop because she is probably the more dangerous.
Yeah, even though Jupi is like really powerful for a lot of parts of this game, and even still pretty powerful for this part of the game, this is still coming up on the parts of the game where like the enemies can actually do significant damage to you and have like real combos.
Oh, hi Larry. Do you want to say things to the chat?
Wow.
Such wisdom from the mouth of babes.
Yeah. He's being adorable. If you have the Larry emotes, please put them in chat. I would love it.
That's a good cat.
He's gonna accompany us. He's probably hungry, and I'm hungry as well. But it's the end of the run. We're getting very close. Time will be on the results screen. I will call that out. But first of all, we have Oda Nobunaga, and he's finally dropping the head. We need to defeat the head because that's the actual source of the power. And here I'm gonna be doing a strat that was that is pretty safe, where I'm gonna be using the stinger to make sure that the head does not go back to the body, and defeat the boss in record time.
You have to explain it really fast. Basically, if you let it, the body will pick the head back up, and you got to beat the body up again. So it's much faster to bully Nobunaga's head.
And time.
GG.
Good job.
Stick around. Looking at delay. So you said, how many sub-hour runs have you gotten? Is it just the one world record in this category?
The one world record, yes.
I was saying, this looks like a 101 real time. Very clean run, especially given that we watched 3 additional kisses for chat's benefit.
Yeah, that's pretty good. For real. I also, to note, this game doesn't play well with like a lot of processes. I've seen a lot of frame drops from the game, not from OBS, and I was kind of like, okay, that's not the best, but I'm gonna work with it. Because this game, unfortunately, was not well optimized. And I will say that this is one of the few black eyes of this game. It does not play well. Yeah, but I love this game. This game is amazing. And yeah, I'm going to go back to the title screen to prove that, yes, we're not seeing credits.
And that's important to me, and thank you for proving that. No, Command Showcase, I'm so glad we got to show this off to kick off our Pride special. And to learn a lot about Sengoku period Japan, because surely this is an exact representation of history. I have it on good authority. Juvie, Squares, please let the people know who you are, what you're up to on the internet, and where folks can find you.
I'm gonna take the lead if that's okay. I am GP. You can find me at twitch.tv/cutepengies, like my online handle. You can also find me on Blue Sky, cutepengies.bsky.social. I sometimes tell people that I stream on there. Otherwise, you will mostly see my updates on Discord servers, where I'm just hanging out. I have a cat, as you could hear. But otherwise, I do a lot of weird speedruns. As you probably have seen me on Hotfix or in previous GDQ appearances, I do a lot of weird games that are pretty unusual. Previous game was Super Hello Ranger. I was literally the only runner at the time of the game. Lucifer joined me on that one. Samurai Maiden is only 4 runners of this game, and we're not that active because people like do be going for different games and go on and so forth. So yeah, I really enjoy this game, and I really would love to see more people play it. What about you, Squares?
I'd also like to see more people play it. No, I know what you mean. I'm Squares. You can find me at twitch.tv/squares, if it's spelled just how it sounds. I'm also on Blue Sky at SKWAYERS squares. I post sometimes. I have not streamed in a little bit, but please look forward to me maybe finally taking apart Inferno Climber so I can turn it into a speedrun. If you know what that game is, you know why it has not been speedrun at all.
All right. I'm excited to potentially learn more. Thank you both so much for coming and kicking on our day. Friends, we are going to take a quick break, and then when we come back, we are going to absolutely pare down the action to kind of a minimum, but no less the speedrunning. When we come back from the break, it's going to be some Stardew Valley Emily marriage. So please get up, stretch, grab some water, pet a small animal near you if you have the option. Larry would like to nominate himself, I'm sure, and we will be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pride Month special of Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. We are going to chill out, relax, put our giant swords away, and pick up farming implements and various and sundry gifts in just a moment. But speaking of various and sundry gifts, before we do, I want to let you all know that prize submissions are still open for SGDQ 2025. You can visit gamesdonequick.com for more info. I do, for specifically our next run for Stardew, I do have to say that my brother won a Junimo as a prize for a previous GDQ event. And I think that's beautiful and perfect. Speaking of Stardew Valley, our next runner came onto the Stardew scene relatively recently, as I understand it, although I'll let him tell it, swept a whole bunch of boards, and then has quietly been farming to his heart's content ever since. Please welcome to the stage, running Emily Marriage, Upper Casserole.
All right. Hello. Welcome in, everybody. Thank you for the intro, Quack. Yeah, my name is Upper Casserole. We are going to be speedrunning Emily Marriage here in Stardew Valley, which should be a very comfy time. So let's just go through the setup. We're going to be playing on the beach farm. That's important. We're skipping the intro. That saves some time. We're playing as a girl, which is important for Pride Month, but also it's actually optimal for the speedrun, which is great. And then farming options. We're going to set legacy randomization. This makes the RNG behave more similarly to how it did on older patches, which was a feature added like specifically for speedrunners. It's very, very handy. And then the seed. I'm going to rant about seeds for like a minute here. So setting a seed, this will make the RNG behave consistently. So if you have two farms with the same seed, it'll rain on the same days. The shops that sell random items will sell the same random items, that sort of thing. So it makes the RNG consistent. There are categories for seeded as well as unseeded. We're going to be doing unseeded today. So I'm not going to set a seed. I'm not going to know anything about the RNG. That being said, what are we going to do at the start of this run? We're going to sleep for 26 straight days. And while we're sleeping, we're going to be observing the weather. Specifically, we want it to rain on the 7th and be sunny on the 11th. If that doesn't happen, we're going to reset the run. So this is about a 15% success rate. It doesn't take that long. It takes about 8 minutes of just like sleep. Okay, bad weather, reset, sleep, bad weather, reset. But this is the GDQ stage, so, we have a schedule to keep. So I'm actually going to set a seed. I'm going to set the seed to 21. The only thing I know about this seed is that it sets up the weather how we would get by just spamming resetting. Does that make sense? Am I spouting pure nonsense?
That makes sense to me.
Okay, cool. So we're doing unseeded, but yeah, we're setting this. That's fine. Cool. Everything is ready. We can start the run in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Thank you.
When you were looking for this original seed, did you just start at seed 1 and move forward until you got a seed with the weather? I love that.
So this is Stardew Valley. This is a cozy farming sim. If you've never seen it, it's very similar to like a Harvest Moon style game. We had just inherited this farm, and you can sort of do whatever you want. You can grow crops, you can help restore the community center, or you can fall in love with some of the NPCs, which is what we're going to be doing here. So we're spamming sleep right now. We're going to sleep until Emily's birthday on the 27th. But one of the newest bits of tech and one of the actually most important bits of tech is happening right now is we're observing the weather. So it just rained on the 7th. How lucky. That means we're going to continue the run. And then we're going to hope that it's sunny on the 11th. And what that's going to do is that's just going to tell us that the RNG is in a good place. So it's sunny on the 11th. What that means is I can now say with 100% certainty, it is going to rain on year 2, spring 27th. It's going to rain, guaranteed, because of the rain we've seen so far. And that's pretty important because in this game, in order to get married, you need to buy the mermaid's pendant. It's sort of this game's version of like a wedding ring. And you can only buy that when it's raining. So the fact that we can just a minute into the run, guaranteed we know it's going to rain on the day that we want it to is pretty awesome. But yeah, for now we're just sleeping. Emily's birthday is on the 27th of spring, and that's who we're trying to marry. So we're just going to sleep until then. A big part of Stardew speedrunning is just sort of optimizing around schedules. Since we wake up at 6 a.m. and most NPCs like don't leave their house until like 9 a.m., we really want to minimize the number of days that we're going out. So we're just going to tactically sleep until her birthday. Other than that, you see I've picked up a whole bunch of furniture for my house. That's just for inventory management. I don't want to fill up my inventory with a bunch of garbage. So we pick up all our furniture, which is easy to put down later as we do optimal speedrunning. This is peak speedrunning, really, where we just sleep repeatedly. I can't think of anything more interesting.
I mean, we were talking before the day started about how, generally being variously queer people during Pride Month lends itself to a whole lot of EP. And so this is just it's for us. It's for all of us.
Very quickly, we skip the cutscene to adopt the cat, which actually does adopt the cat. On older patches, you couldn't skip that cutscene, and it was faster to not adopt the cat. But now we skip the cutscene, which auto adopts it. So we have a cat now, which is pretty cool. But yeah, so it's Emily's birthday. Emily, we need to find some gifts to give to her. Emily loves a lot of things. In particular, she likes most common gems. So we're going to head on over to the mines and see if we can't find some, really. Emily also loves cloth and wool, which we'll be getting some of that later. And she also loves survival burgers, which are, again, something we may actually be gifting her later. But for now, we're finding some gems. So we're going to go hit up the mines and see if they want to give us any. You may also notice I am extremely zoomed out. I can see very, very far on my game right now. And that just has to do with the game resolution. If you're playing on a 4K monitor, the game doesn't get any more detailed. It just lets you zoom out further. So I don't actually own a 4K monitor, but you can tinker with your graphics card settings and get it to pretend you have that resolution. And this just lets you zoom out incredibly far, which is very helpful for mines. Being able to see the entire level is very, very good. So we're just trying to get down to floor 5 as fast as we can. I think that's a topaz in that crate. We'll see. I think that's the right spot. In theory, crates have a 1% chance of having an amethyst or a topaz in them, but yeah, the RNG is quite predictable. So I knew that was going to be a topaz, and I won't even bother with the other two crates. They don't have anything. So that's one gift found. We do need to get at least one amethyst, preferably more, which is why we're just powering down to floor 5, where we can just manipulate the RNG to our heart's contents. Okay, that was pretty quick. Okay, a lot of crates. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to reset floor 5 over and over again, and I'm looking at these crates in the bottom left corner, and every time we reload the floor, they're going to move. And I want, again, a crate in a specific square, because I know that square has an amethyst. So I'm just going to bust open this one crate. It has an amethyst. And now we're going to go reset the floor again and try and get another crate on that square. So yeah, the contents of crates are, they're random, but they are determined completely by the day, the date, as well as the floor and the position of the crate. So if you start a new farm, this doesn't have anything to do with the game seed. This is just, if you start a farm, and on the 27th of spring, you come to floor 5, the crate on that specific square will always have an amethyst on it, which is very convenient for Emily Marriage. We used to have to just sort of YOLO the mines, but now we can just do this, which is much, much better.
Every day I learn something new about what part of unseeded Stardew isn't actually random, and just the level of intricate knowledge that Stardew runners have continues to amaze and terrify me.
All right, I would like to get at least one more here. In theory, so I'm losing time, quote unquote, by resetting this floor, but not actually, because Emily is going to be in her room until noon today. So as long as I get to her house before noon, we're fine. So we still have a little bit of time. I should probably go soon, though. For marathon safety, maybe I'll try and get one more. We'll see if it... Okay, sure, yeah, that's fine. We'll just grab this one. And then we'll go. Okay, so we're done with the mines. 4 amethysts and 1 topaz later. So those are all gifts that Emily loves. So that's a good start to our collection of gifts here. Now I'm going to throw away my sword, and then I'm going to interact with this rock repeatedly. And you can see my stamina bar is just going down super fast. I'm purposely exhausting myself here. And that's the fastest way to do it. So I'm doing that by spamming left click and then C on the keyboard, which I think is, I don't like fully understand it. I think you're like interacting and then like canceling the interaction, which is like draining stamina. And since it doesn't actually do anything, you can just keep spamming it and it goes really quickly. But we're just going to use that to pass out as quickly as we can. Because spoiler warning, passing out is faster than walking. All right, so we have 14 stamina left. It's still not quite noon, so we're making good time here. We're just going to get over to Emily's house, and I can zoom in now. I don't need to see like a million miles away anymore. All right, so this is Emily's house. So her house unlocks at 9 a.m., but you can't get into her bedroom or she's not going to leave her bedroom until noon. So I'm just going to exhaust myself here. So 6, 4, 2, 0. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14. You pass out at negative 15 stamina. The bar shows 0, but you pass out at negative 15. So I'm one tool use away from passing out. Hi, stranger I've never met. I'm outside your bedroom. How's it going? Happy birthday. Here's your favorite gifts. Kathunk. I can't think of anything more romantic.
This is the start of a beautiful relationship.
Yeah. Perfect. And with that, we are now going to sleep until winter. So I'm more than happy to talk about the minutia of marriage speedruns for the next 6 minutes. But Quack, if you have anything to say, feel free to.
There's some questions. There's some questions I have about minutia, and then I can also chime in with a couple announcements. But
yeah.
So you mentioned at the start of the run that in addition to being a choice for Pride Month, Happy Pride, playing as a girl is optimal in this marriage run. Why is that the case?
So playing as a boy and a girl in this game is pretty much identical in like every circumstance. The only exception is that once you earn your first like 10K, I think, one of your parents will send you a letter in the mail. And if you're a boy, your dad will send you cookies in the mail. And if you're a girl, your mom will send you 500 gold in the mail. And we prefer the 500 gold. It's the only reason. Yeah. Cookies are actually optimal in in a very narrow set of categories, but mostly girls are what we want in speedruns.
I could get that tattooed, TBH. And you talked about loved gifts. Can you talk a little bit about the difference between liked and loved gifts and the general friendship mechanics in Stardew?
Yeah. So the goal is to get to 10 hearts with Emily. Every NPC has a heart meter. It goes up to 10. More technically, every heart is 250 points of friendship. So we're trying to get to 2,500 friendship. And every NPC has gifts that they like, gifts that they love. A loved gift is worth 80 friendship. And talking to an NPC is worth 20 friendship. So every time we go out, we're going to give a loved gift and talk to them. On birthdays, birthday gifts are worth 8 times as much as a regular gift. So whatever 8 times 80 is, it's a lot. Several hundred. It's like more than, I think, almost 2 hearts.
640. Yeah.
Yeah. So more than 2 hearts, which is quite a bit. So yeah, we're just trying to get as many loved gifts as we can, really. But yeah, the other thing I can talk about is, so Emily is actually one of the fastest partners to marry in this game. She's the second fastest a very close second after Shane. And that's interesting because Emily's schedule is not particularly good and her gifts aren't particularly great either. So it's actually curious, how is it that Emily is so fast? And the reason for that is just that it has to do with story quests. So in this game, there are several quests that always happen. So for instance, Robin always loses her axe in spring and asks you to find it. The mayor asks you to find his lucky shorts, that sort of thing. And Emily actually has 2 such quests. Emily has one quest in winter. She's going to ask us for an amethyst. And giving that to her will give 255 friendship, so 1 full heart. And in spring year 2, she's going to ask for an apricot, and that is also worth 1 full heart, another 255 friendship. And the next best partner who has quests is actually an 11-way tie at 0. No other partner in this game has any story quests, but Emily has 2. So Emily gets basically a 2-heart head start on every other partner, which is sort of what makes her so quick. But yeah, it's interesting. I'm not exactly sure why that is. I think it may have something to do with the fact that Emily wasn't a like a marriageable candidate on the game's original release. Like she was added later. But I'm not actually totally sure about that.
That is very interesting. And I love the degree of like schedule manipulation, obviously in the weather setup, but also in just like knowing the schedules of all these NPCs. And speaking of, you see, we did good.
Yeah.
If you're curious about our schedule here on the GDQ Hotfix, you can always visit gdq.gg/hotfix to check out not only this week's schedule, but also our full season lineup. The GDQ Hotfix, the new crop of shows that have just joined with Creature Corner and Out of the Box, all of the shows of my vintage, and some long running shows like your random number generations. I think Hotfix is as good as it has ever been, and if there is anything that interests you about speedrunning, I guarantee you will be able to find it at that link.
All right. So my split notes have crashed, so I'm just going to tab out and reopen them. Please, there's nothing wrong with the stream. I'm just fixing my route notes.
Okay, this answers a critical question of how much of this do you have memorized, which is...
I probably could do this without notes, but like, yeah, it's...
I'd obviously rather would have it. of data that Stardew runners must needs juggle.
Yeah. So yeah, why are we sleeping till winter? So what else do we actually need to do in this run? So we still need to get Emily to 10 hearts, obviously. We're going to need a couple more gifts. We're actually nearly there gift-wise, but we need a few more. And then also we need to upgrade our house, because you can't get married in a shack, I guess. And that is going to cost 10,000 gold and needs 450 wood. And then we also need to get 300 wood to repair the bridge and 5,000 golds to purchase the mermaid's pendant. So in total, we need 15,000 gold and 750 wood. And ideally, we're going to get all that in like the mornings between the hours of 6 a.m. and 9 a.m. on like the few remaining days that we're going to go out. But that's the plan, at least. We'll see if we can make that happen. So yeah, given that, we're going to sleep until winter because this is a very effective way to make money, as we'll see in a moment. The first thing we're going to do is I'm going to check my mail here. We're going to go out today. And Emily has probably sent us a number of gifts in the mail since we're friends with her. In particular, she's sending us cloth. I'm going to reset the day. So she sends us random gifts in the mail, and these are actually like quite random. If I just reset the day, she'll send different gifts. So those were pretty crummy gifts, so I'm going to reset it. So it's always going to be 3 gifts because that's how many she sent, but what the gifts are will be different. So I'm hoping for more cloth and wool from her. Not sea urchins. Don't give me sea urchins, please. She can send cloth, sea urchins, or wool and it's like a 33% chance of each of these things. And it just so happens that cloth and wool are gifts that Emily herself loves. So we're hoping to get a bunch so that we can re-gift her.
Wow, that's, again, the key to a long and beautiful relationship. While we're cloth hunting, which is actually great, shoutouts to the Hollow Knight run later today. Question from chat: we know who the fastest marriage candidates are, but who is the slowest marriage candidate? Who is the slow burn relationship in this game?
Sebastian. Sebastian is horrid. It's so terribly slow. He never leaves his basement. It's so bad.
Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, Sebastian, Leah and Elliot are also quite slow because their houses are locked until 10 a.m. instead of 9 a.m. like most other partners, so that eats a bunch of time. But yeah, it's Sebastian, and it's unfortunate because he's everyone's favorite emo boy. Okay, so we got 3 wool. Now we're going to scour the beach. So the advantage of picking the beach farm is that crates will wash up on the shore of your beach. And they can contain like 5 or 6 different random things. Coffee being one of them, which is quite handy because coffee gives you a speed boost. But they can also contain survival burgers, which happen to be a gift that Emily loves. Wow, we found 3. That's really good. Okay, we have gifts for the rest of the run. We're good to go here.
Nice.
So yeah, gifts are sorted. Now we just need to sort out money. And to do that, we're going to go to the beach and do something called winter forage farming. So how this works is whenever you till a square, there's a random chance, and I use that word again. We've talked about weather and crates. There's a random chance that you'll dig up something, namely like a winter root or a snow yam. And the way that works is the game picks like 5% of the squares and says, if you till these squares, you'll get something. If you till other squares, you won't get anything. And that pattern moves every time you till. So every time you till a square, it now says, okay, now these squares will give you something. And it is supposedly random, but it actually follows a pretty predictable pattern. So I'm just going to till the same square over and over again until I find a winter root or a snow yam. And then once I find it, I'm just going to start tilling with a specific pattern. And by doing that, we can guarantee that we're going to dig up something with every till. 5. Today I'm just going to do 8. So I'm going to do exactly 8 tills, and then we're going to leave. And what I'm doing is I'm just setting up the pattern for future days. I'm going to do much more tilling on future days. But for now, we want to get to Emily's house for 9 a.m. So we're running behind. And I'm going to exhaust myself by using my fishing rod. So the fishing rod is like the fastest way to exhaust yourself. It drains 8 stamina per cast as opposed to like 2 stamina per normal tools. So we're just using this to get back to our house as fast as we can after we gift Emily, of course. All right, it's 9 o'clock. And so I'm going to be gifting Emily 2 amethysts today. One is for the amethyst quest. That's worth 1 full heart. And then one is just going to be a regular gift. Because normally you can only give 1 gift per day. So that's the quest. And that's presents. And now we're going to pass out.
And she invited you into her room after just the first gift.
Yeah. So NPCs will let you into their bedrooms after you get them to 2 hearts, and that birthday gift was worth well over that. So, okay, I'm gonna stick my head out the front door here. Talk to Willie, who's gonna visit us today. He's gonna give us the training rod. The reason for that is because he gave us the training rod. Like he gave us the regular fishing rod because I went to the beach for the first time, and since we've passed the entirety of spring without getting a single fishing level, Willie's like, oh, wow, you're really bad at fishing. I'm going to come to your house and give you a lesson and give you the training rod. So that's why that happens. But that's actually
make fishing easier.
It does, yeah. It's like you can only catch basic fish with it, but it gives you effectively level 5 fishing.
Wow.
Which is not bad. But yeah, we don't need it. So we're just going to sleep until the 19th of winter, and then we're going to start doing some winter forge farming in earnest here. So yeah, we set up the pattern. So now hopefully we should get, when we go to the beach, we should just have the pattern right there, and we should be able to get through it quickly, ideally. I'm also going to, I need to sort out my inventory here. I'm going to toss something out of my inventory, probably the amethyst, maybe. So I'm going to toss this on the floor, and I'm going to do the same thing I did in the mines. I'm going to punch this box of parsnips that has been on our farm for like the entire run so far, just to drain my stamina, because it's just the fastest way to lower our stamina. And again, we're going to be passing out today. So passing out is like in theory bad. Like it costs us. So what are the penalties of passing out? Basically, the next day you're going to wake up with only a half stamina bar, which typically doesn't matter for us because we sleep so much. And also you lose 10% of the money you have on hand. But we don't have very much money, and we're never going to have very much money on hand. So it is fine for us.
Didn't you say all of our 10,000?
Yeah, we need 15,000 gold total, but we're mostly just going to keep that in the form of snow yams and winter roots until we absolutely need to spend it.
Amazing.
So it works fine. So yeah, once again, we're doing winter forage farming. If I follow this pattern, which is actually pretty simple, so I just did 10 tills, and now we're just going to repeat going 1 tile up from that. This is a very nice pattern devised, I believe, by one demonic mermaid who may or may not be in chat, actually. I think they are. But yeah, it's a very nice pattern. It's very simple. This is why we needed the legacy RNG option. It makes this pattern work on like the actual latest version of the game without legacy randomization. Like this pattern has been quote unquote fixed, I guess. It behaves a lot more randomly, and it's very difficult to predict. So that's what this option is for. Since speedrunners loved it so much, we asked for it to be put back into the game.
Yeah, and hey, we love devs that do that sort of thing.
We do. It's true.
Shoutouts to indie games, for real. Yes, we have a couple Stardew knowers in the chat, it seems, bringing up also the fact that you are not animation canceling. Do you want to talk a little bit while you Forage Farm about vanilla versus glitchless in
we
this
can,
game?
Yeah. So there's two different categories. There's vanilla and glitchless, and also just like glitchful, I suppose. And the only difference between vanilla and glitchless is there's a bit of tech called animation canceling, which is basically that... I don't remember what the actual keyboard combination is, but by default in this game, if you press like R, right shift, delete, and like one other button on your keyboard, it'll pull you out of whatever animation you are currently in. This was a debug tool that was added to the game, so that like you could, if you got trapped in a cutscene or something, you could break out of it. But this also breaks you out of like the animation of a tool swing, for instance. So in many speedruns, speedrunners will use this to like swing their tools more quickly, which is interesting and actually has a lot of skill to it. I personally play on controller, and it's a little bit tricky for me to set that up. I don't particularly care to do it, so I'm doing vanilla rule set, which says that animation canceling is not allowed.
In my extremely short and ill-fated Stardew speedrunning career, I have also opted for the same, and so it's very cool to see.
Very, very valid. Okay, so we just did one day of winter forage farming. We tilled exactly 66 squares, which is, again, a number that will make this pattern loop. So I should be finding winter root on like my very first till here, as long as I start on the right square. And we're going to just do that again. We have 66. And notably, I passed out yesterday, so I have half stamina today, and that's actually perfect because 66 tills is basically exactly a half a stamina bar. So, like the stamina for this actually works out quite perfectly if you pass out and then go out the next day. And that's why I actually talked to Willie. Like I stuck my head out of my door and talked to Willie and got the fishing rod. Because you actually gain a fishing level when you talk to Willie. And if you pass out, but you leveled up a skill, you'll actually wake up the next day with full stamina. And I actively want half stamina here because it'll make passing out faster today. So it works out quite nicely. It's today. Shopping day? No, it's tomorrow. Okay. I get confused. There's a couple of slightly different routes that I'm doing with Emily, like more crazy RNG versus less. We're doing obviously a less RNG heavy version for the marathon, but I sometimes get them mixed up, which is why I like to have notes.
That makes sense. So what would you say in the pure PB grind version of this, what would you say your reset rate is? You said it's about a 15% chance just to get out of Spring 11.
Yeah, and then after that, you pretty much make it to winter pretty consistently. Also, I'll just point out, so it's 8:40. We did everything we need to do. We're at Emily's door before 9 a.m. with no stamina, which is exactly what we want, right? This is the fastest we could be doing this, which is perfect. But yeah, so once you get out of once you get the rain pattern that you're looking for, you typically make it to winter. And then if you're going for like a really good time, you're looking for bulletin board quests. So NPCs can ask you for things randomly, and it is actually random. Well, okay, maybe not quite, but it's significantly more difficult to predict or manipulate. And they give bonus friendship. So going for those quests is what we'd be looking for, and that's basically just rolling the dice. But otherwise, the run's pretty consistent. Like like you mentioned that I went in and I like swept basically all the marriage leaderboards, and I've since gotten them swept out from under me. But all the routes I was doing was with no bulletin boards, because it is very random and is very like annoying to have to deal with that. Like most of my routing is pretty consistent, to be honest, which is something I like. All right, so we're going out for a third day in a row. We're going to do yet more winter forage farming here. We're also going to do some shopping today. One thing you may note is you can only gift an NPC twice in the same week, and we're going out for the third day in a row, but it's Sunday today. Today is the day that it resets, which is intentional. And we're going to be going out tomorrow as well and gifting Emily again. So we're gifting her 4 days in a row with just like the week rollover in the middle, which works out nicely. But yeah, today we're actually going to sell a bunch of our winter forage and do some shopping, which is fun. So we still need to upgrade our house, which again is 10,000 gold, 450 wood. Now I don't have any wood on me. We're actually going to buy it all from Robin. So we could chop trees, but Robin sells wood for 10 gold a piece, which is actually pretty cheap. And it's just like a lot more efficient to buy it from her than it is to chop trees. This is only true in year 1. Once you go to year 2, Robin's prices increase by like 5 times, and it's no longer worth it to buy wood from her. But in year 1, it's very effective.
Can't believe they added inflation to Stardew Valley.
Right? Specifically just for wood and stone, and then like I think coal from Clint are the only things that get a price increase. All right, I'm also going to drink coffee today since we're going to be like actually on the clock. Again, like we got to Emily's house before 9 a.m. We could not have done it any faster than this, but after we talk to Emily today, we're going to go do shopping, which, you know, we actually, how fast you do it is actually how fast you can go to sleep, I guess, if that makes any sense. All right, so we're going to start dipping into our burger supply for Emily here. Burger. Okay. And now we're going to head on over to Pierre's and sell all of our winter forage that we've accumulated, which should hopefully be over 15,000 gold. So it is like snow yams and winter roots sell for different amounts, and it is a 50-50 chance every time you till. I'm also going to talk to Pierre. That'll be relevant later. I'll talk about that later. And I'm going to buy an apricot sapling. Oh, we have a ton of gold. That's really good. Okay.
Yeah, I was about to say, it looks way over. Nice.
Yeah. So we need an apricot sapling because we're going to need an apricot for Emily not as a loved gift, but as like to fulfill a quest that will be worth 1 full hearts. So we grab the apricot sapling right now, and now we're going to go to Robin's and we're going to buy, I guess 600 wood for the 6,000, and then 10,000 for the house upgrade. Upgrade house. Yes. Good. So if you hold shift and control on your keyboard, you can buy things in stacks of 25, which is what I was doing there. I do play on controller, but I use mouse for a few menuing things like that. All right.
Is that just like convenience or muscle memory, or is that there aren't enough binds for controller?
Yeah, I mean you can't buy in stacks of 25 on controller. It can't actually be done. Yeah. I'm going to plant the sapling way up there where hopefully no trees will grow near it. So we're going to get some apricots come spring. And we have just one last day of winter forage farming. We have 66 more tills to go. And then we'll be done with money. So talking to Pierre, basically there is a quest that you get at the very start of the game where the game says you should introduce yourself to everyone in town. And by doing so, you'll actually get 100 friendship with every NPC in the game. So we're gonna do that. We're gonna talk to every NPC in town, and we're gonna do that at the Flower Dance because that's a festival where every NPC will just be there, like in a very compact space, and you can just talk to everyone real quick. But Pierre is behind the counter, like in a shop, and you can't actually reach Pierre on that day. So Pierre we'll talk to early, but everyone else we're just gonna talk to in spring. I find winter forage farming to actually be quite meditative. The soothing waves and the tilling noise is actually just quite nice. I don't know.
I have seen a little bit of like multiplayer winter forage farm where you have like 4 people spread out across the beach. And yeah, I can see a certain ASMR like quality to it for sure. Yeah, multiplayer Stardew speedruns are very fun. I've done a number of them myself, and they are quite fun for sure. Would recommend.
But yeah, Stardew in general is just a very, very beginner friendly. There's a lot of categories like mines 50, just like get to floor 50 in the mines as fast as possible, which you basically don't need to know anything. Like you're just going to go to the mines, hit some rocks, try and get down there as fast as you can.
I can say this because it's funny. I'm going to promise you in this moment, Upper, that I will learn a Mines 50 speedrun. That would make you the 4th Stardew speedrunner I have promised this to without running Mines 50 yet. So congratulations. You're keeping the tradition alive. It'll happen one day. I promise, Twitch chat. I promise you.
All right, so we are done for money. That should be enough, like winter roots and snow yams to buy the. Oh, I need to plant the. Oh no, I planted the sapling. Never. What am I thinking? Yeah. Okay, we're good. So yeah, with that we are sleeping. Our house just got upgraded. Hooray! Robin upgraded our house overnight and then picked us up from our bed, moved us into our bigger bed, and gave us a kiss on the forehead before disappearing into the night.
Oh, is that a part of the marriage, Ron?
All right. With that, we're going to sleep until spring. So Emily's birthday is on the 27th. That's going to be very important. The other thing is the flower dance. So as many players of Stardew know, the flower dance is where you typically get yourself rejected massively in year one, because you can only dance with someone if you have 4 hearts with them. But assuming you do have 4 hearts with someone, you can ask them to dance, and that is worth 1 full heart of friendship. So we'll be going to the flower dance on the 24th of spring. And hopefully not getting rejected. There have definitely been many speedruns where you mess up and the route is tight enough that you get rejected, and it's very sad. But we are well over with Emily here, so we should be fine.
Where the route is tight enough, are there RNG elements to how you can gain friendship?
Oh, no, just like you forgot to talk to them and are 20 friendship short, and then like that's tight enough that puts you under 4 hearts or whatever. Or you forgot to talk to Pierre, unless you can't actually talk to everyone at the flower dance, and then you're like 100 friendship short because you didn't get the talk to everyone bonus. That sort of thing.
What's the silliest way you've lost her on?
It might be that. I'm trying to remember if I don't think I've ever accidentally like deleted or eaten a loved gift in front of someone. I've definitely seen people do that. That's a very common thing, is you just like take out the burger and then you're like an inch away from them, so you just eat it instead of gifting it to them. It's like, well, that's unfortunate.
Honestly, I think they should patch the game so that you lose friendship if you do that. You're just like, hey, you want this? Psych.
Yeah. Speaking of losing friendship, you do actually lose not 2 hearts. That would be tragic. But you lose 2 friendship points every day that you don't talk to an NPC, which is unfortunate. I mean, we're obviously sleeping a lot. It's part of the route, but that is a thing. Once you start dating an NPC, which is something that's going to happen eventually, you lose 10 friendship per day that you don't talk to them. So we're going to try to be dating for as short a time as possible, basically.
Dating as limited a time as possible before marriage.
Yeah.
Happy Pride Month,
exactly. Yeah. Okay, I'm going to check my mail again here. I don't actually need any more gifts, but I don't know. We'll see if we get any, I guess. Oh, I got some more wool. Okay, cool. We need to check our mail so that we actually get the apricot quest. Emily sends you a letter asking for an apricot. And if you don't read it, you don't get it. Yeah, not checking mail, that's actually a common one, now that I think about it. Not specifically for marriage, but like, my goodness, the number of like community center runs where you have to check your mail before you go talk to the wizard. And you just show up at the wizard's house and his door is locked because you didn't check your mail. And it's like, oh, whoops. That's a very common one. All right, so we're just chopping trees. We need to get up to 300 wood. We have plenty of time. The flower dance is going to start at 9, and we have another full day to chop trees as well. But yeah, I'm going to start working my way down there. Cat, you're in the way. Sorry, kitty.
Do not chop the kitty.
The one downside of adopting a cat, sometimes they just kind of stand in front of you, which I mean is pretty on par for cats, I guess.
I was
But,
gonna say that's lore accurate. Me
Yeah.
looking around the room to see where my little gremlin is.
yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna open up some beach crates. Now that we've upgraded our house, the contents of beach crates actually change. It's actually dependent on your house level. And the only thing we can get now is just speed food. So we could find triple shot espresso, which gives you +1 speed, or superfood, which also gives you +1 speed, which are both relevant. It doesn't look like the crates are cooperating. That's fine. Ooh, bombs. Those are fun. Someone was just shipping a crate of bombs. It happens.
I have to, again, the more you stop and think about the lore implications of honestly a lot of Stardew,
Yeah.
the more fear I have.
You're not wrong. So I'm just waiting until 9 a.m. and then I'm going to do the screen transition. Okay, cool. Festival start. Okay, so we're going to talk to Emily and get her to dance with us, hopefully. And then we're also going to talk to every single NPC since they're all right here. There's a couple we don't have to talk to. For instance, we don't have to talk to Willie because we technically talked to him when he gave us the fishing rod. We've talked to Robin already at the start of the game. We don't have to talk to Kent because I guess he just introduced himself to us at our house as well. So there's a couple you can skip, and I am skipping them, but we do have to talk to everyone else.
And talk
Also-
to everyone is just a speedrun category, is it not?
I'm not sure. It might be a meme category, not one I'm familiar with, but wouldn't surprise me. Okay, so Emily did agree to dance with us, which is great.
GG routed successfully.
Yeah. Also have successfully not talked to anyone twice and accidentally asked someone else to dance with us and gotten crushingly rejected, which is great. Okay. So I got the journal updated in the bottom left corner, so I know I didn't miss anyone. We did talk to everyone. And now we have the flower dance. I can't think of anything more romantic than square dancing a full 6 feet away from your love interest.
While the entire town watches.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
I talked to everyone percent is a meme. Okay, fair enough. Yeah.
Far be it from me to yuck anyone else's yum, interrupt anyone else's courtship. However, I gotta say, I've said before this special that this would work on me. The flower dance, would not work on me.
All right, so now we're just going to sleep until the 27th of spring. And man, I really hope it'll be raining on that day. That would be really convenient. Hey, look at that. It's raining. How perfect. So yeah, we're going to be proposing to Emily today. And that may shock you because we're not even actually dating Emily. So we're at like probably around 6 of 10 hearts with Emily right now. And the way this works is we have to actually get her to 8 hearts. Which like you can't actually get beyond 8 hearts, and then we need to buy a bouquet to start dating, give her the bouquet, and then get her to 10 hearts and then propose. And given that you can only give a single gift in a day, that seems like it would be rather difficult. But yeah, we're actually we're gonna do it. And the way we're going to do that is with this quest apricot. So the apricot is worth 1 full heart of friendship, as I've mentioned, and it is not a gift, so we can give that apricot. So we're going to use a birthday gift, since it's her birthday, to get her to 8 hearts, and then the apricot to get to 10 hearts. So we have 300 wood already. We are good to go. So let's grab these apricots. I can toss this burger. I'm going to chop down this apricot sapling. So this is new in patch 1.6, the most current patch. If you chop down a fruit tree, you actually get the sapling back, which is nice. Previously, it was just destroyed. And it's worth 500 gold, so we'll sell it. So that's a little bit of safety money. All right, so. And yeah, the other key to this is that while you can only get someone to 8 hearts before dating, you can actually get them to like 8.99999 hearts. That is technically possible. The meter doesn't show it or anything, but you can get them to actually just before 9 hearts without dating. So that's what we're basically doing. We're going to get them to 9 hearts, and then start dating, and then give them the apricot, which is worth 1 heart, which will get us to 10. Assuming I didn't mess anything up. But what are the odds of that happening?
I mean, we got the rain. We got the extremely lucky 15% chance rain. So surely everything is blessed from here on out.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't have any speed food. That would actually saves like a good amount of time on this day, because we're going to be doing a bunch of running around, but that's okay.
I mean, yeah, we have to set up and pay off an entire relationship in one day.
Yep.
I can see why coffee might be helpful for that.
All right, here's your birthday gifts. Now we're going to run to Pierre's and buy the bouquet. Also, I mean, obviously I knew what day it was going to rain, but yeah, it would be really unfortunate if it were Wednesday, because Pierre's would be closed. But that's never murdered a run before, certainly. So we're going to sell all this. We're going to buy the bouquet for 200 gold. And yeah, we need 5,000 gold to finish the run, so we have plenty of extra money, which is great.
What's the 5k gold for?
For the mermaid's pendant, the wedding ring, effectively, which we're going to buy in just a second. We need to start dating we need to get to 10 hearts first. So
of your house
I would like to
on the wedding ring. I feel like I have some issues with the Stardew economy already, based exclusively on the price of soda, but like I feel like that's high.
I mean,
that's fair.
To be fair, you can get like 100 gold. I mean, to be fair, you can get like 100 gold by just like picking up a leek off the ground and selling it, though. So like, so we're now dating. Hooray! And now, hooray! And now we're gonna go and propose. I mentioned we were trying to date for as like short a period as possible. That period is about like a minute. I can
fish up soda for free from the river, and frankly, how dare you?
So this is the old mariner. They only show up when it's right. And they sell the mermaid's pendant. So we can now propose.
Oh.
I mean, it's not untrue.
GG.
So we just ran into Emily's house, gave her birthday gifts.
Yeah, that was quite
showed up an hour later.
The fastest
bouquet,
relationship of all time.
That to her. Left again. Showed up an hour later with a mermaid's pendant. And now we're engaged. Hooray. So now we just need to sleep for 3 days, and Emily will set up the wedding for us. I wish that's how that worked in real life, but you know. And yeah, time is coming up. That was it. I hope not. But yeah, time is coming up very soon. It's just going to be on the smooch. I will call it out.
Good.
And time.
Thank you very much, chat, for bearing with us as we hit some unfortunate relationship jet lag. We are going to be back with final shout-outs in just a moment. And hey, you know, a slow-mo wedding feels lore accurate somehow. All right. Thank you so much, Upper, for that fantastic run. Thank you, Twitch chat, as the mermaid pendant unfortunately did crash our Upper's stream a little bit. Despite overcoming all of these odds, it was a phenomenal run. Thank you so much, Upper, for coming on and showing some Stardew marriage for us. I am glad we got to see the smooch in slow-mo or otherwise. Chat once again continuing to be funnier than me. I guess the PC thinks the Emily route is too hot to handle. Unfortunately for PCs everywhere, but very fortunately for Make Your Own Victory, when we come back from this short break, we are going to see yet another marriage run, this one in Cult of the Lamb. So please get up, stretch, and we'll be right back. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the Pride Month special of Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. Thank you all so much for bearing with us while we squared away some tech issues. We are going to swap some games on the schedule here to keep things running smoothly for you all. So, while we keep marriage in our minds, we're going to take a detour to something far cooler than the institution of marriage. And that is, of course, Sonic the Hedgehog, here to run Masterpiece for Switch Palaces. Please welcome to the stage, Shoujo.
It is Masterpiece time. This is a really exciting run. This game is pretty new. It came out like a month ago, maybe less. I don't really remember, but it's really, really good. It's by Maddie. Maddie makes absolutely amazing stuff. And we're going to be running through all the levels up to all 4 Switch Palaces today. So that's about 25 levels. So there's plenty here, and it's all really cool. Joining me, I also have Shovda, who will be doing commentary, another runner of this game. Extremely good, has the world record in gay percent, another category for this game. Why don't you introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Shavda. I exist.
We're glad you do. All right, I guess we can start the run whenever everyone's ready.
Yeah.
All right. We will go in 3, 2, 1, go.
Good luck.
Sonic wonders if one Kaizo Mario fan game can heal the world.
Yeah, so we're walking into the first level here called Gwyneth Paltrow, which is a very goopy level, if you will. What I find interesting about this level, just to talk a little bit about it, is that it starts off with spin jumping and Yoshi, which is very rare for Mario ROM games, Kaizo variety. Usually it's moving right, sometimes we're already done. Sometimes a numbered platform or something like that. But here we have spin jumps and Yoshi, and I think that's a really unique beginning for a really unique ROM game.
It's a really cool level. I like it a lot. The sprite bounce platforms, like the little note blocks that only sprites can bounce off of, is really cool.
Why did somebody in chat have a goop emote? I didn't know that existed. In any case, now we have, what is it, getting over it? Over the top, something like that?
Yeah, over the top.
Where we have these giant springs, which are really neat. We have, there's what we call chocolate or custom dynamics to the first level, but here we get an introduction to some truly custom stuff going on. You don't see springs like that in normal Super Mario World.
They're big, so they launch you very, very high.
As you can see, these first few levels are going to be very short, very sweet, but each world of the ROM game gets progressively more difficult, longer, more dynamic, things like that. You can already see in this level there's a little bit more of but it is pretty short, a little bit more of a of dynamic movement, if you will.
That one might be like one of the shortest levels in the entire game. It's good for the speedrun.
Yeah, and so could you talk a little bit about the goal of 4 Switch Palaces, other than obviously what the title implies?
Yeah, so there are 4 Switch Palaces in this game that help you on your journey to getting to Chapter 2 and eventually the true ending. So we have to complete all the levels in each world in order to access the Switch Palaces, and then we just hit them. This is not a Switch Palace, but it is an apostrophe switch, or comma switch.
Comma. Yes, it is a comma.
So the comma switches are actually secret exits for the levels where you can only face left, which you could only face left in that level. Those are there for the for access to Chapter 2, which is the second, much harder half of the game.
For the purposes of this run, is this the Red Bull castle?
I love the shrewdness.
Suspiciously monster-shaped Red Bull here.
I think it's Monster. It's just upside down because cans can flip.
Oh, right, of course. Yeah, so the monster energy here is really cool. If you have if you're powered by monster energy, or Wanster energy, then you can press L and R to get a giant boost up into the sky, which is really cool. So here we have Wanster energy at the bottom of the screen that continues to respawn. So we got to use it to get up to these Reznor platforms to defeat the boss. Oops.
And you'll notice in the background there is a scoreboard. Home is the amount of times you have been scored on by the bosses in this ROM game, and the away is the amount of bosses you have defeated. As you can see, it is now 1-1.
Keeping it even for now.
All right, very quick World 1. We have saved Yoshi, and we have defeated the Reznors. Sonic is now blorted out of his gourd on Wanster energy.
Which I'm gonna guess that's a unique sentence, not found anywhere else in Super Mario World or human speech.
Brand new sentence.
I think you might be surprised. I think it is at least adapted from parts of the community.
All right, here's our first Switch Palace. This one revolves around spin jumping mainly.
This is called Bouncing on It Palace, which is, representative of the fact that you are, in fact, bouncing on it throughout the palace.
I had to say, I watched back the GDQ run of Supersonic Saves the World from a little while ago when trying to look at just Maddie's fan games, and the humor is so consistently beautifully unhinged.
It's wonderful. Maddie does incredible work. Here's our first of 4 Switch Palaces as we distribute the yellow blocks. So these Switch Palaces actually do something very, very cool. So there's this level in the middle here called I Keep Crawling Back. Whenever you get a Switch Palace, you access a new part of the level, which is really cool. So here's part 1. This will... Go ahead.
To clarify, it's not necessarily a new part of the level, it's a new entrance to the same part of the level, and Maddie has made 3, arguably 4, depending on how you define the last one, parts of the variations on the same level that you have to go through in different ways.
There's the first exit. This level has 4 exits, which is really cool. That's something cool that you can do when you're making these games. You can give levels various exits. This one has 4, which is rarely seen, but it gives you access to worlds 2, 3, 4, and chapter 2, which is a bridge that would spawn directly above us.
Yeah, I believe more than either 2 or 3 exits is a advancement that was made within the last couple years by Fusoya, who is the creator of Lunar Magic, which is how we make these ROM games.
All right, this level is pretty hard. You are being pushed to the right at all times, and you cannot go back left. So you got to be very careful not to overshoot what you're trying to do. But this one is mercifully pretty short. Otherwise, it would be a lot harder.
Fish.
Fish. Just go through the wall there. Sonic has the power to go through walls now. Don't worry about it.
Is there anything that Sonic the Hedgehog can't do?
He is a speedster. Scientifically, he goes fast enough that his atoms vibrate to the point where he can go through physical matter.
An impressive hedgehog, this one.
Which is to say, children out there, please do not run fast at walls. It will not work.
Or I think the second time this weekend, make your own victory is not medical advice and should not be construed as medical advice.
All right, this one is all about spin jumping on these breakable blocks. It's pretty interesting, needing to make your own path, making sure you can get from point A to point B. And then there's this.
There are 26 technically, left rights in the end of this level. Later on in chapter 2, which we won't see here, there is a version with 21. Sonic staring at you longingly, percent.
Happy Pride Month.
Climbing up the walls.
What is pride if not having a Sonic or Sonic adjacent OC stare at you longingly through your computer screen?
That's a good point. I never considered that.
I mean, this brings up questions that I am not brave enough to ask the Twitch chat right now.
I think our good friend Liz Star has been asking this for at least 15 years.
You could run up the walls in that level. There's not much to explain there. You could just run up walls automatically. I don't... All right, this level, Alive and Well.
There's commas in it.
There's commas in it, yeah. This one's hard for no reason. Just corrupted sprite gonna fall in my head. Don't worry about that. That's completely fine. So sprites can move from the bottom to the top of the screen, so they fall off and reappear at the top, which is pretty cool. Or vice versa. All right, that one was okay. That level has just randomly like put me in a death loop so many times. It's kind of ridiculous, but got through it okay.
So here we have the American justice system, which I am not going to elaborate upon.
You gotta go ahead.
As you can see, there are rings, there are rings, and there are bullets. And yep. Well, we gotta collect at least 20 rings in order to access the boss fight of this level. What do you mean at least? There are 20 rings in the level.
There are exactly 20 rings in the level, but you know.
That's at least 20. Math checks out.
Depends, inclusive or exclusive. I still remember 7th grade math.
And honestly, more power to you.
But yeah, this is
Did I get that? I don't know if I got that.
You didn't.
Oh no.
This is one of the harder levels in the ROM game. There is a similar level coming up later that is also similarly difficult. Something about bouncing off of like a continual stream of some type of enemy that just gets to you.
Okay. The last two rings are the meanest. Got it. Okay, having 20 rings lets you spawn a mushroom out of that block, which will hit the switch for you and let you fight the boss. This is the Bullet Wizard. Everyone say hi to the Bullet Wizard.
Hi, Bullet Wizard.
You know, surprisingly enough, he actually does not throw bullets at you, despite the name. It's a little bit of a misnomer. All right, we're up 2-1 on the bosses in the game.
I gotta make sure that I outscore the bosses.
How long have you been speedrunning the game? Because obviously, I assume you played it through casually first when the game first came out, and it has been relatively recent. So how many hours have you already sunk into Masterpiece?
I'm not actually sure. I guess like maybe like 10, 15. I'm not actually sure. I don't know how many runs of like Gay Person I've done, which is like an hour and a half long category. This category takes like almost 30 minutes or over 30 minutes. So I don't remember how many attempts on the speedruns I have. I don't like to think about timers.
That's fair.
This level is really cool. This is Jeff Bezos' Climate Pledge Palace. Don't worry about the name. You gotta collect the rings in order to progress to the next screen.
And if you only saw it once between the first two Switch Palaces, but in all of them, Sonic stares at you longingly. Part 2. If you are scored on, if you will, during any of the rooms, you are sent back to the previous room.
I don't know why this red Switch Palace is also spitting out yellow blocks, but we won't worry about it.
It's a metaphor for transgender.
Oh, there it is. All right, part 2. So you can see this is actually the same section as the first time we went through this level, but now the other blocks are activated, which makes the platforming different. All right, this will unlock World 3 for us.
Wahoo.
Wahoo. World 3 is where things get a little bit trickier. You could see the difficulty ramping up like towards the end of World 2, and World 3 makes things trickier.
here we have Poopy Forest. When you jump, the blocks switch between blue being on and red being on, and vice versa. This is a surprisingly difficult, I think, watching it level. Just to do it right and quickly, there's a lot of like, your brain needs to process things very fast as to what's going to be where. Also, that Yoshi is silly, and sometimes he comes from a higher bounce when you do your jump instead of right against the ground.
Yeah, and we had a question in chat earlier that I think was largely tongue-in-cheek of this one is hard for no reason, isn't the reason just Kaizo, but as someone who I know plays a whole lot of SMW fan games, like, how would you say this and Maddie's games in general stack up in terms of Kaizo?
I mean, they're all what we call Kaizo expert. We have our difficulty ratings on SMW Central, so they're definitely on the harder end of Kaizo. This one really, like, you start to feel that in Chapter 2. And that difficulty definitely stands up to like Sonic Saves the World, which is one of the harder fan games out there, I would say. So I mean, it is pretty hard. Kaizo does not necessarily have to be hard, but these ones definitely are. We gotta grow a Yoshi in this one. He's eating all the berries, having a good time. I missed. Where did he go? Okay, that stomp to get the Goomba is actually like surprisingly difficult.
I'm gonna be real, I don't remember what level's next or what level is anything. All right, it's the other left one. What is this one called exactly?
Orfeo looks back.
Thank you.
So we can skip half the level by using the secret exit, which is just, you know, above some hidden blocks here. Hidden door. Very nice.
Comma 2 or 3?
Comma 2. 2.
Oh, 2? Yeah.
Yeah. All right, next up we have a level inspired by Kaizo 3. It's time for Tony Hakamoto's Pro Kaizo 3. Just a beautiful name for a level.
Yeah, if y'all remember, it was the last AGDQ, right? When Lungfish ran Kaizo 3, the last level had this lava coming from the top and the bottom back and forth. And this is one of Maddie's takes on Kaizo 3 in this fan game.
That Kaizo 3 run was absurd. If you have not seen it, chat, youtube.com/GamesDoneQuick. The Kaizo 3 run was an all-timer for me in like marathon attendance.
The wizard's back.
Yep, this boss has 2 parts.
I'm not gonna go for that. I'm scared.
Very clean.
All right, there's the third castle. Don't worry about Sonic launching a castle into a nearby bluff. I'm sure that's fine, right?
Yeah.
Oh, he's fined $200. Never mind. I guess that wasn't okay. I guess that was like illegal or something.
No, but Sonic picked up all those rings. It's fine.
Yeah, I think Sonic can afford a $200 fine.
What's the currency conversion between gold rings and dollars?
Oh, 20 rings has got to be worth more than $200.
Welcome to Buy Curious Palace. If you go off the screen from the left, you end up on the right. And if items go off the bottom, they appear from the top, vice versa. So this one's pretty cool. It creates some cool interactions that you wouldn't really expect. Like these shells are infinite, for example, and they just keep keep coming across the screen. I like the setups in that one. It's really cool. There's a lot that you can do with that kind of thing.
And as you can see here, the switch you have pushed will awaken something within you.
Happy for Sonic. All right, that was the third Switch Palace. Here's the last time we would be entering this level. And this one is P-Switch based. So here is the third version of this room. All right. It's really impressive the way Maddie was able to make that section like 3 different ways. It's really cool. All right, World 4, Final World.
Hey, look, a smiley face.
It's a smiley face.
Yo, shout outs to Ursula K. Le Guin, Left Hand of Darkness. All 1.5 people in chat who have read that.
Ow.
You know, Kaizo always goes to some places. I remember during the Kaizo 3 run that we were Schoenberg posting. Like, it's magical.
Secret exit again. You do get hints for these. You don't just have to find them. It's not Mario Maker. I promise it makes sense.
Hey, Chad, who wants to talk about Jacques Derrida? No? Okay.
All right, Thinly Veiled Threat. This one is the level that Shubba was alluding to earlier. The only thing you get to jump off of in this level is the continuous stream of bullets. Ow. That was really good too. I don't think I've ever died to that muncher. That's unfortunate.
C'est la vie. This level is very difficult, it should be noted. It has been... I've watched a lot of people in their first plays of this fan game, and it is a little bit of a point of contention, if you will, on the enjoyability. But I think it's fun enough.
Now that I have strats for it and a consistent setup, it's gotten more fun. Same with the level that should not be named, that most people hate.
I'm scrounging to think of what level you mean, actually.
God's final message to her creation.
Oh, right. Yeah, Barb's favorite level.
Got through that one. He can walk on munchers now, don't worry about it. Now it's time for everyone's favorite Sigma Star.
I'm so afraid already.
Kind of a take on an Ultra Star, I suppose. Look, it's him! It's the Sigma Star! Bye, Sigma Star! I'm so glad Maddie added the arrow pointing to it. That just says it's him.
Yeah, I mean, otherwise, how would we know?
Exactly.
In fact, it was added in the 1.1 update to the fan game because most people didn't know going into it.
All right. Ovulation Station.
Sometimes you just gotta ovulate, yeah.
Yep. So in this one, you can press L or R to control which level the eggs are shooting at. It can shoot at 3 levels, low, mid, or high. So you just gotta control these eggs, make sure they're at good positions to get in the store. A very interesting Wendy fight here.
Yeah, you have to. So in traditional Wendy fights, there are two dummies and the main Wendy, and I have a long time to talk about this because this is a long fight. There are two dummies and a main Wendy. But here, there is a single dummy and then a single Wendy, and you have to bounce off the dummy, which would normally be like a wrong move in the vanilla game, in order to turn the red spikes off in order to be able to throw an egg at the real Wendy, which there's gotta be a metaphor in here, but I'm not gonna chance it on GDQ.
All right, will I win? I win. I did it.
Congrats.
Away team wins. I think Bowser's just in the background of all the castles, just like watching it like it's a sports game. Popcorn and Oprah glasses.
Sonic's drunk.
He's very strong. Wait, news update. Sonic is not binary now.
Congratulations.
Non-binary and vicarious. The true double whammy. Double whammy.
All right, one more level. This is the final Switch Palace. Palace of Dead Friends. We got these fast-moving boos. Not necessarily always fast-moving, but these are custom boo rings that create some very interesting situations. This room is the hardest. I don't know how to time this, so I just try to throw the shell as soon as I spawn in, and it usually works. I have no idea how to time it.
Amazing.
All right. I'm coming up. Time. And a yum.
And a yum. Unreal. Absolutely skewered the S to it.
GG.
That is 4 Switch Palaces. Fun fact about this run, this was originally supposed to be 4 yumps because at every Switch Palace, there is a switch that you can press that forces you to yump or it kills you. And then I decided that I wasn't going to do that because I spent 5 minutes during a run trying to yump and it wasn't working. So I said, you know what? I'm not brave enough for this.
I mean, you were at what, like, I think 3 yumps if we count the commas as well. And that's a 1-frame trick, yes?
Mm-hmm.
It counts in our hearts. Thank you so much, Shoujo, for the preview. And you both have the full run of this game to all of its credits in gay percent submitted to Fatales, right?
Yes.
If I'm remembering correctly. So best of luck with that and various GDQ things besides, but I will give the floor to you both to let the people know who you are, where you're up to on the internet, and any shout outs you have to give.
Yeah, I'm Shoujo. I stream all the time on Twitch. I do a lot of Super Mario World. I'm a moderator for Super Mario World Central, so I get to play a lot of Kaizo fan games. I really like Kaizo. It's really fun, and I'm glad I get to play it a lot. So if you're interested in that, feel free to stop in.
I'm Shovda, and I exist.
Shovda is a really excellent streamer and an excellent speedrunner. She too plays a lot of Kaizo. Very, very talented. Very wonderful. Please check her out as well. And also big shout outs to Maddie, of course, for making this. Maddie is an incredible game designer, an incredible fan game designer. It's really cool to get to show this on a GDQ stream. This is just really, really great. So I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks everybody so much.
Amazing. Thank you both for truly a masterpiece in as many words. we are going to take a quick break. Hold space now for Non-Binary by Curious Sonic, and perhaps also get up and stretch. And when we come back, we are going to continue with our Pride Month Make Your Own Victory special episode. I'll see you there. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to our very special Pride episode of Make Your Own Victory, the GDQ Hotfix show where we attempt to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. I'm here with newly out non-binary bisexual Sonic the Hedgehog to remind everyone that the annual Sonic Hotfix event is back with Sonic and the Sega All-Stars live next weekend, June 14th and 15th at 12 p.m. Eastern. This year, we're expanding beyond mere Sonic speedruns to include the entire Sega catalog, other iconic Sega franchises. You can type !Sonic in chat for the full schedule and let us know what you're excited to see. Continuing our Pride Month, we had to detour for the very specific act of camaraderie and love that is brutally hard Super Mario World, but we're going to recenter ourselves on a more normative sort of love. Here to run Cult of the Lamb Marriage Percent. Please welcome to the stage Clockwork Ophelia.
Hello, everybody. Marriage is why we gather here today. And that's all I've got on that. I don't have the full speech memorized. I really should at this point in time. This is my only speed run. But hello, I'm Clockwork Ophelia. With me, I have my wonderful and fantastic wife, because what is better than a marriage percent speed run but a marriage percent speed run with your wife? Jo, how are you doing today?
Oh, I'm not too bad. Hi, everybody. I'm Jo. I am Ophelia's wife, an enjoyer of this run, and absolutely delighted to be here with all of you today, chat.
I hope everybody is delighted to be here because everybody in chat, I'm going to let you know, you've joined a cult. You don't have a choice in this. You've joined a cult. Welcome. We are sitting on the new game options for Cult of the Lamb. I personally like sitting on this screen because in one of the more recent updates, they added a little bit of a screen flash that I find a little bit visually overwhelming. So I sit here when I'm waiting for a run to start. We have a few new game options: quick start, permadeath mode, penitence mode. All of them adjust how the game plays. Quick start, I've actually been considering seeing how marriage percent runs with it, but because it just kind of bypasses you through the introduction. However, this is a really great game for Make Your Own Victory because we see so little of this game. Cult of the Lamb has many category extensions, and there are a lot of really fun ones. A couple of them that I can actually bring up as we go through this run. But if we're ready to go, time starts on accept, so I can count us down if we're all good. Okay, so 3, 2, 1, marriage. So, for anyone who hasn't played Cult of the Lamb, this is a roguelike cult simulator bullet hell. I had it described as a bullet hell recently to me, and I was really shocked because I had never actually considered it that way. But yeah, it really is in a lot of the mechanics. But we start off as Lambert, who I was trying to not giggle so hard with Sonic coming out being a non-binary bisexual icon, because they should come hang out with Lambert, who is also non-binary. I'm trying to roll and it won't let me. It never lets me roll. At one point in time, it used to actually play a sound when I hit the button to try and roll and be an impatient speedrunner, but it doesn't do that anymore. Kind of makes me sad. because the story of Cult of the Lamb is that there are old gods and new, and there is our new boss here, the one who waits, the oldest of gods. And they're going to give us a new job, and they're going to give us an option of starting a cult. And just like you, chat, I didn't really get much of an option. The two things I had to say there were yes or absolutely if I would like to start a cult. So
That's how they get
we
you.
all kind of got drafted into the cult issue here. That is how they get you. We are going to start by just rolling forward here. You would think that you need to do some combat. You don't. You can just leave. It's fantastic. Here we are going to meet Ratau. Ratau is kind of he's the tutorial. He tells you how to run your cult, a lot of the little things on taking care of people, you know, what weapons to use. There we picked up a singular piece of gold, and hopefully that is all of the gold I am going to pick up right now.
I have actually not.
Quack, have you played Cult? Really? For anyone who has played Cult, they're probably sitting here watching me roll past all of these chests, freaking out just a tiny bit. Don't worry about it. The one who waits provides. It's fine. I used to stop for resources. We just trust the old gods that they shall provide for us. We are essentially in the most tutorial of tutorial areas. If you heard there was a little like kind of gong sound. That was because I took damage. I don't have a health bar right now, so I can't really actually take damage. It's really good for kind of introducing you to, hey, this is how the runs are going to go. You're going to be doing some combat, a little bit of hack and slash, and just rolling a
I always thought
lot.
it'd be really cool if there was a way to actually find a way to store this effect past the tutorial and then just not have to worry about health for the rest of the game.
That would be so cool. That would be so cool. I would run like hard difficulty. I'm going to run easy difficulty because I have had very bad RNG with medium. Me and medium have a very interesting relationship because the first time I ran medium percent was on Fatales completely by mistake. I absolutely hit the wrong button and then decided, hey, this is fine. We can just do
I'm cool with
this.
that.
So Jo, you're gonna be a Sphinx cat today because Bingus. So here's Jo, and you're gonna chop some trees. Enjoy your manual labor. We need to set up the cult just a tiny bit. I'm gonna grab a little bit of wood here from a stump and a tree, and then I'm gonna grab this stone, as well as some berries. Because this is also a management sim. You have to manage your resources for your cultists, you have to manage their faith, and those kinds of, things. And we're gonna cook some food. We're gonna cook a singular meal. And that is the one meal that Jo is going to get to eat for the next 3 days. Enjoy. Don't worry about it. It's fine. You don't need any more than that. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it. One of the reasons we play on easy is it actually does have your faith and your hunger deplete slower. So it just becomes a lot easier on the actual cult management part. We're going to start doing the roguelike part where we go in and we do our battles and we fight our way through and get some resources. Right now, like any good organized religion, we need money. And we're going to do that by getting a sword. And not picking up any of the money that drops. As I said, don't worry about it. I guess I can pick up some of it. So Cult of the Lamb is, as I said, a roguelike. This is a procedurally generated map. So I have to make the right choices, essentially. I avoided a room there that would have taken me to the tarot card dealer. Tarot cards in this game are essentially your buffs. If I see them, I will stop for them, but I don't actually want to go see the tarot card dealer, Clowneck, because there is a, I want to say 10-second long cutscene that is just not worth my time. I can skip it, but if I don't have to even try skipping it, that's nice. Yep. Not a problem. We are going to run through here quickly. I'm gonna grab this sword quick. And just pop over to the boss right here. The rooms were actually very quick. Leshy is going to transform one of their followers into a little mini boss for us to fight, but I should be able to take them out very quickly. Blink and you miss it, and it's good. There we go, and that is our first mini boss done.
Yep, thank you everyone for bearing with us.
So we got a little bit of resources there, but I think that we were having a little bit of a tech issue, so I think we're gonna go take a quick little break right now.
Well, come hell or high water, we will be getting married today. And so, without any further ado, we are going to pick up right where we left off. Thank you so much for bearing with us through these tech issues. Clockwork Ophelia, back to you to continue the marriage process.
No problem, no problem. So we just finished up our first mini boss. We were able to get a little bit of resources, which is quite nice because I do have a couple of things that I need to build still. Mostly our church. But we are going to turn you into back. And let me turtle right away. But I think, I don't have access to the duck right away. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry.
Turtle is lovely.
Turtle is lovely? Okay. Well, we will go. You are a very, very cool turtle. And you get a free t-shirt. Always the best. However, you now yearn for the mines because you're going to mine stone.
Just like real life.
Just like real life.
Oldest trick in the book.
Thank you for your help in building our totem of our church. And we are going to put our fantastic and amazing tech in for here, and we are going to go. You know what? This is perfect because it's literally the fox to start. It was meant to be.
Amazing.
But we're going to go with. Oh, I did pink fox. Pink fox for Ray. There we go. Perfect. And now we send Ray to worship. So, your followers all have different personalities. Ray's personality trait is that they're a jerk.
Oh no.
Sorry.
All resemblance to the actual wonderful GDQ Tech and
The
Production
amazing
team
GDQ Tech and Production is all coincidental. Yeah. So we're going to build our church here, and we're going to preach one sermon. If you were playing this game casually, you would want to monitor your faith. You would want to make sure that, you know, your people are happy and that they're worshiping you properly because you are the almighty cult leader. However, this is a speed run, and we are here for one thing and one thing only, and that is to kiss our spouse, and it's going to be a good time.
There is no step 2.
There is no step 2. Yeah, we there is play Cult of the Lamb, kiss spouse, no other steps. But now we're actually kind of unlocking what the big mechanic of the run is, because in the game we have different doctrines that we unlock that kind of alter how the game's played a little bit, whether that's through the rituals that you can perform or those kinds of things. We're going to be working down the Law and Order doctrine, which is what takes us to marriage. In between that, we have a choice between ascending a follower or ritualistic murder. And then the choice is also between a fight pit or marriage. I'm not the one who wrote this game, but I do love the choices that they made.
Those sure are some options.
There's also a lot of, because we are still very much in the tutorial area, there's a lot of times where it's going to stop me to tell me things. Like right there, Leshy wanted to come here and essentially tell me, hey, what are you doing? This is rude. And yeah, I am kind of being, okay, I guess I'm going to leave that tarot card behind. As I was saying, tarot cards before, they're the buffs. Usually I will go back for them just because who wants to leave a free buff behind? Like right there, I will grab it. I have no clue what it is, but I will grab it. Perfect. We got some good RNG. This is a very RNG heavy game. I've had very bad RNG recently because with the commandment stone fragments, we are guaranteed 6 of them. However, we need 9. I don't know. I know counting very hard for speedrunners. 6 is slightly smaller than 9. So we have.
True. I do the math.
We have to find 3 commandment stone fragments. Luckily, the cat merchant here gives us one for free. I called him a merchant. I don't know why. I just do. But that was very nice. We got one of our commandment stone fragments free. I'm always hoping to see the cat merchant. There's a couple other instances that can give us a commandment stone fragment, but they are not guaranteed. This is one of the guaranteed moments where we get our 3 commandment stone fragments here from Harrow, who is friend-shaped. So I now have a full commandment stone and 1 extra. We're going to go back in and do another mini-boss. And I have distance weapons now, and I need to remember that. At one point during this run, Ratau came and talked to us, and they gave us our magic, which is... There's a couple different curses that you can get. I personally really like the projectile. It's a nice, easy one to run with. because a lot of the times it seeks out enemies. At the end of every mini boss, we get a commandment stone fragment. So that is where we're getting those other 3 guaranteed that we have. Now we just need to find 2 more. I do have a couple of backup strats that should hopefully not be needed if RNG is nice.
I would never see a run comms cursed on this show. It's never happened before.
Oh my goodness. The time of day is being very weird. This is also a fantastic game because we now have the ability to have the Fleece of the Natural, which I will always lose time on being a cute little sheep, cute little naked sheep. But we're also going to right here declare our first doctrine, which unlocks the bonfire ritual. Rituals are another way that you manage your faith. They can give you little buffs around, but we need one more resource before we can actually perform any of our rituals, which is bones. As I said at the start, bones are needed to perform rituals. As I said at the start, I completely forgot what I was saying. Something about bones. Anyways, we need to get bones for the marriage percent ritual, because that is where we're going. It is a ritual to marry someone, so we do need those bones. And I am hoping I choose correctly. I did not. So I had a little bit of a choice there, as you saw with the map. And I didn't pick the right room. I have been being very good with my mapping and going through quite quickly, but it doesn't always work out that way, especially because apparently that bat is being a meanie and wants to go out of the room.
Well, the bats are very trolly that way.
They can be. They can be very trolly. They also really like to fly at you. I'm going to take that. That is a gift you can give your follower, because you can also raise your followers' levels, and that will... Cat merchant. Nice. That's actually lovely. That is actually really lovely. This is someone who sells you food. You will sometimes need them to be able to, feed your followers. This is a little instance that I could talk to that statue, and it would probably give me a buff. But I also can just walk through it and be done. And that's faster. So we're going to do that. And we're just going to grab the commandment stone fragment there, and we're going to move on. That was a very nice run. We had to do very little combat. This is this room always spawns. At some point in time, all 3 of the old gods come here and talk to you. But it's also great because around the room, as you saw, there were these little, their bodies in body bags that I went around and I opened up so you can see the skeletons on the floor. At the end of this instance, all of those skeletons are going to pop, and we just got 18 bones. We need about 75 in total. I'll take an upgraded dagger for all of our rituals. But we do get a lot of them throughout the runs. The game has decided that it really wants me to go talk to Clownak about tarot cards, but I don't feel like doing that. We're just gonna sneak right past you there. I used to think that I had
Western Shuffle.
Oh yeah, I used to think that I had to talk to Clownak, but no, you can literally just skim along that wall. And you're good.
It's not a true Midwestern shuffle unless you start the sentence with "ope." Otherwise, it's just sparkling, dodging the encounter.
That's practically the law.
And we're gonna head on back to our cult. So we did get a necklace there, which is great. That is a gift I can give to one of my followers, which will help level them up. If you level up a follower, you can get another commandment stone fragment. Hey, it's those backup strats I was talking about before. We need to find commandment stone fragments. However, RNG has been very nice to me this run, so I'm quite content.
Don't say that just yet.
Yeah,
That's also how they get you.
Yeah. I'm going to do the ritual first. And then one of the things that we have to do is we've got to kind of stand around and wait. Because the big issue is, as you can see up in the corner when I go back out into the actual cult, there is a day-night cycle. And we can only declare a doctrine once per day. I have to wait because I have a full commandment stone fragment. I want to declare another doctrine to be able to start continuing down further on the marriage pathway. However, as I said, we got to play a little bit of the waiting game. But before we do that, I'm going to employ another little strat, and I'm going to show everybody out there one of the other category extensions that you could do in this game. And it's called Knucklebones Percent. You would essentially go through all of the opening of Marriage Percent, and you would come here, and Cult of the Lamb has a lovely little mini game called Knucklebones, and you would go through and you would fight Ratau in Knucklebones, and once you beat him, there's your time. We've got freaking category extensions coming out the wazoo. We've got so many category extensions in this game.
The way the game is constructed really lends itself well to that, I find.
Mm-hmm. So I'm just gonna stand here for a couple of seconds. Quack, do you have any beautiful words for us?
Yes, absolutely. I'd love to let everyone know, we talked leading into the run about Sonic, but June is stacked for Hotfix. Black in a Flash's summer speedrunning celebration, Juneteenth, will be live on this channel from June 19th through the 22nd. You can type !Juneteenth in the chat for the full schedule and visit gdq.gg/BAF to learn how you can join the Black in a Flash community.
Everybody's doing so good cleaning up all of that. I haven't actually looked, do we have a schedule out for Black in a Flash yet?
We do. I know the Juneteenth schedule is out. Someone wants to grab it in the chat command, yeah.
Please do. I have not had a chance to look at it yet, but I always know that there are some fantastic runs coming out of that one.
Yeah.
Okay. I think I am good on time. I think I can go declare my other doctrine.
It's looking nighttime-ish.
Nope, I still have a tiny sliver of time that I have to wait.
Darn daylight savings time.
Legit. Okay, there we go. And now we can declare this doctrine. Go down Law and Order here, and we could murder a follower or ascend a follower. I'm a benevolent cult leader. I have never murdered anyone in my life.
I have never murdered my cultist t-shirt raises a lot of questions that is answered by my t-shirt.
So now that we have that declared, we're going to come through here and we're going to go back into Darkwood, which is the name of this biome. It's our first biome. And Leshy is going to come and talk to us because I don't know if anybody's noticed. As we end each of these runs, there's a cat merchant. Quack, you're my new good luck charm.
Let's go.
There's a cat merchant. You're my new good luck charm. Thank you. I've been having very bad RNG. Oh, that's lovely. For anybody who's been paying close attention, every time we get to... I'm sorry, that was confusing. I thought we just entered the same room twice. Every time we've gotten to the end of a run, if you look at the door, there's been a little ticker going off. And that's because Leshy doesn't like that we are in their domain. They want us gone. They want to continue to rule over the domain. I need to make sure I make this choice correctly. They want to continue to rule over their domain. Hi, bye. That was actually really nice time-wise. Yeah, no, Quack, you're my new good luck charm. Thank you.
I can't take all the credit. My cat is right here getting antsy about being fed, so I'm sure it's just like as many subliminal reminders as possible.
I'll take it because that could have been a follower fight where we would have had to go through a couple of waves of fighting before it let us go through. That was just a follower who we could have brought into our cult, and I said, I'm not here for a long time. We're speedrunners. We've got things to do. We've got cats to feed.
For the first time ever, somebody said, sorry, cult's full.
Okay. This is Kudai. This is actually the weapon dealer. I could have skipped this had I actually been paying better attention, but I didn't want to skip this. The axe is so much of a better weapon for boss fights, and we are going to be going into a fairly large boss fight at the end of this. So I'm very happy to have that. Also, this is my favorite character. He has a mustache on his face, but his mouth is on the top of his head. I love it. Yeah. I will take a slightly better axe. And the door opens. And less she% is another category extension where you would go and do what we have been doing, but your time ends when you defeat Leshy. This is Leshy. I absolutely love all of the transformations that they did. These animations are so well done.
Yeah, it's a very pretty game for like the sort of faux 3D aesthetic. I don't know what you'd call it.
2.5D almost, I guess.
Like, the art style is very unique. It almost has like a paper craft quality to it.
Plus, the lamb looks so happy when he grabs the heart. When they grab the heart, just like, yay! We cannot leave this room until we pick up these two items because this Leshy trophy only spawns here. So the game wants to make sure that if you're going for full completion, you get everything. And then this is just a decoration piece because if you want to decorate your cult and make it really pretty, you can. I don't in the speedrun, but you can do that if that's what you would like. That was actually a really fast Leshy. 340 for my final run was nice. I really kind of wish I was running my split.
We take those.
I'll take it. So I also got my final commandment stone fragment. So we are now, again, just in we did the hurry up. Now we need to wait. We are gonna, I have a whole bunch of backup strats that I can talk about, but I don't actually need to employ them because my RNG was very, very nice. So one of the things we could do, if we would need to, is level up a follower. You do get the opportunity to name your cult. We're just going to go with Cult of the Lamb because, it's very easy. But that does give you some follower leveling. And then if you were to give them a blessing, like I've done here with Jo, she levels up and then she would give me a commandment stone fragment, right? Like that. There's also the ability, once you have completed Leshy and gotten the Heart of the Heretic, you can go into your church here, go into the Doctrine area, and you can get a ability called Omnipresence. If I needed to get another Commandment Stone fragment, I could use Omnipresence to start a run, and then in the middle of the run, I can return to the cult after I had gotten that fragment. But again, I don't need that. I just need to wait. So, Quack, do you have anything quick you would like to say?
Anything quick? Yes, prize submissions are still open for SGDQ 2025. You can visit gamesdonequick.com for more information. I love seeing prizes year on year. I can no longer acquire them, but they're magical every time, and shout outs to all of our prize crafters.
I have submitted prizes before, and I'm always amazed at some of the things people come up with for them. Like, I've submitted cross-stitch stuff, but some people come up with some of the most amazing things in the world. What would you like, Ray? Ray wants to eat grassy gruel. I don't think that's good for you. I don't think we're gonna do that. But we're gonna come in here and we're gonna check to see if I can declare my doctrine. Can't. Just have a sliver of time left, as per usual.
The speedrun impulse.
Yeah. It used to give a little animation where, like, the church kind of got, like, a background behind it when you could declare doctrine, and it made my life so much easier. Now I don't have that. Time is going to be coming up very shortly on the kiss. I am just declaring the wedding ritual right now, so we are going to do that. We can now get married. Jo, would you like to get married?
I do.
Aww.
Wait, that part's later.
That part's later. Well, it's coming up like right now, because we are going to come here and we're going to select Jo, and time is now on the kiss. I do.
GG.
GG's.
Remember that time when you accidentally sacrificed me instead?
We don't talk about that, okay? We don't talk about
do.
that. No.
That's true love, gamers.
It sure is.
Oh my god, incredible. I mean, hey, congrats on marrying your wife. Just full stop. I don't think that
Thank you.
Let's
I
go.
appreciate it. I appreciate it.
No.
Even though my wife is being mean to me bringing that up. How dare she?
And congratulations on a fine Married % showcase. You see, chat, I promise you, the internet could not possibly keep gay romance back. We're here, we're queer, we're getting married in Cult of the Lamb. Ophelia and Jo, please let the people know where you are on the internet, what you're up to, and if you have any shout outs you want to give.
I am Clockwork Ophelia. You can find me 4 to 5 days a week on Clockwork Ophelia at twitch.tv or on Blue Sky at oofy.live. Right now, I am very busy working with Lady Arcaders, which is a all-female and femme speedrunning and gaming collective. We have a in-person marathon next weekend in Canada, which is going to be very fun, very, very fun. Lady Arcaders Out of Bounds Toronto too. I don't do too much speedrunning, but I do a lot of hosting in the speedrunning sphere. So if you like that, find me there. Or if you like way too much FF14, yeah, that's what I spend most of my time doing on my stream. So if you like FF14, come on by. Yeah.
Yeah, hi friends. I'm Jo. I am one of the 2 developers of a VTuber application called Vnyam. You can find me on Twitch at Jo_EXE. And the times that I do stream, I'm usually testing something for that application. Like right now, some very, very cool, exciting stuff for crowd control. So come check it out.
Mm-hmm. And Quack,
Amazing.
thank you so much for inviting me on. I just really want to thank you for the invitation for this, because I'm really, really happy to get married incredibly gaily on your show.
I can think of no better way to highlight this game than with the gayest possible application for it, and I'm so glad we were able to make it work. Thank you once again to Clockwork Ophelia and Jo. Friends in the chat, we are going to take a break and then come back with our final run of our Pride special. We've been gay for 2 days straight, and I, for
Let's
one, love
go.
that. So please get up, stretch, pet a small animal near you if that is an available option, and when we come back, it will be time for some Hollow Knight. See you there. No, Kuiper, I'm telling you, you blessed the run. The people actually like you. That's why you have to show up and be on the camera. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the final run of our Pride special for Make Your Own Victory, the only GDQ Hotfix show that attempts to capture 100% of the joy of speedrunning in 0% of the completed video games. And our final run for this Pride special is everything I love about this show and about speedrunning in general. It is an absolutely wonderful contrivance built to see very specific parts of a game that is near and dear to my heart. And also, incidentally, it is quite gay. Here to run Hollow Knight all gay couples, please welcome to the stage Cthulhu.
Hello, everyone. I am excited to showcase this lovely run, and thank you to Quacksilver for not only helping me to contrive this run, but also bullying me into routing it. We are going to be showcasing all of the gay couples in Hollow Knight, the lovely game, which definitely has a sequel coming at some point. There are 3 particular couples that we are going to be focusing on. One of them extremely canonical, one of them pretty canonical, and the other completely headcanon, but don't worry about it. We will get lovely gay and lesbian representation here. I will be bringing the bi representation myself. I have no fewer than 4 beverages, so I believe we are ready to start.
Let's go.
All right, I'm gonna get started here in 3, 2, 1. Let's go.
Good luck, man.
Thank you, Quack. So let me give just a brief overview of the 3 couples that we will be showcasing in this all-gay couples run. The first is the subject of an achievement in the game called Happy Couple. It is uniting the nailsmith, who upgrades your main weapon, with Shio, who is a former nail master, someone who teaches you a combat skill in the game, but has turned to a life of crafts, mostly painting. If you fully upgrade your weapon, you can actually send the nailsmith off on a journey of self-discovery where he ends up uniting with Shio and they have a lovely, lovely time together. That is the Happy Couple achievement, and that is one of the 3 we will be doing. The other 2 are perhaps slightly less optimistic, but we will be showcasing them nonetheless. The second will be the unhappy couple, we have called it. This is not an achievement within the game, although it is very much related to one. There is a character in the game called the Grey Mourner, who is mourning the death of her former lover, the Trader's Child, over in the Queen's Gardens. She asks you to bring a flower to the grave of her former lover, and then only then can pass on to the next life. So we do that. That is a particularly difficult part of the game called the Flower Quest. It requires you to traverse most of the map hitless, and it can be very tricky, especially as in this run we'll be doing it without a key upgrade that will make taking damage more likely. So it will be fun. And the third is probably the best addition to this category. It is a couple that we call the Scrappy Couple. You can see we have something going on here between happy, unhappy, and scrappy. But I won't talk about Mappy just yet. The the scrappy couple is 85% pure headcanon, but it is one of the better parts of this run. There are two characters in the game, both of whom have possible quest endings that send them out of Hallownest. The first is Bretta, who is very much a fangirl. She falls in love with the knight when you save her, and then comes to adore Zote. I'm taking so many hits here. I don't know what I'm doing. Comes to adore Zote when you progress a little bit further in the game. But you can make her disillusioned with Zote by fighting the boss Grey Prince Zote an entire 4 times. So it'll be quite a bit of a boss rush with a single boss in it toward the end of this run, but it is one of the best boss fights in the game, so I'm sure it will be exciting. The other character that we are going to be uniting in this couple is Cloth, and she has a very interesting story. She appears throughout the knight's journey, first in one of the earliest areas, the Fungal Wastes, and then again in several different key areas. Her main goal is to find a worthy foe, effectively to die to. She is mourning the loss of a friend or lover or family member. It's not quite clear, but we know that her name is Nola. So in my headcanon, that is a former lover. Cloth is looking for a worthy battle, but is having trouble with having the courage to actually have these battles. There are 2 possible endings to her quest line, one where she actually does die in a very exciting and dangerous battle with the Traitor Lord. The other one where you defeat the Traitor Lord before she's ready, and then she lives and decides to leave Hallownest in search for better fights. We are going for that ending. She will be sent out into the wild. Bretta will also join her in the wild, and we have completely headcanon that they will get together out there and have lovely adventures. So that's what we are going for, those 3 couples. I've gone through most of the early game here. That is the first boss of the game that we just killed there, the False Knight. That boss is actually completely skippable, but we do want the item that they drop, which is City Crest, and we'll be using it a bit later. So I took the time to actually do that battle there. But yeah, we're about to get our first major upgrade. It is called Vengeful Spirit. It will allow us to progress into Green Path and out of this first area.
Now, Matthew, you are, of course, being simply too kind in your just depiction of how unhinged the Cloth Bretta relationship is. But speaking as the largest Cloth Bretta stan on planet Earth, I feel comfortable saying that personally. Cloth Bretta is endgame, and I can prove it.
There's a lot of time in this run, Quack. I'm sure you'll have you've crafted the pulpit from which to talk about this ship. But yes, no, this run is it's honestly like it's silly, but it does a lot of really fun things. So fighting Traitor Lord for the Cloth quest line adds a lot of additional like overhead, as does fighting Grey Prince Zote for Bretta's. So having them in the run is dang it, messed up this skip, but that's okay. Having them in the run is honestly a wonderful addition because it makes a lot more bosses happen. The flower quest I could probably do without, but it is pretty exciting because we do it without Isma's Tear, which means that acid will still damage us, and the route that we take goes through acid. So I have to do multiple acid skips as a part of the flower quest. Luckily, I will not be doing QGA, but I'll be doing the easier acid skips. So it makes it exciting. It's a fun run. Oh my goodness. And then, of course, the happy couple also requires us to fully upgrade our weapon, which takes a lot as well. So we get a pretty solid tour of the entire game. I think the only area we actually don't really go into at all is waterways. Pretty much everywhere else we touch, which is pretty exciting. I like completion style categories, so this is a good one for me.
I was gonna say, you've run a whole bunch of completion stuff. 112, all achievements in this game, a absurdly long speed run.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, I don't know. I have some kind of, self-hatred, maybe, something like that. It makes me do longer and longer speed runs. Somehow, 6 hours for all achievements. It's not long enough. Gotta wait for Silk Song to drop so I can do both games all Chivas, but we'll see.
I also didn't realize that this doesn't visit waterways, and I think there is a sublime, it visits everywhere but waterways, and I think there is a sublime beauty in this category going everywhere but flukes.
It's honestly so beautiful. I love it, Quack. If I was going to skip one area, waterways would be the one. So, yeah, pretty excited for it. Yeah, we're just progressing here through the early game. I'm working my way toward the first major movement ability we're going to get, which is the dash ability called Mothwing Cloak. That is available after the fight with Hornet, who you may recognize from today's Xbox showcase.
Wait, I've been hearing about that. Was Silk Song actually mentioned it? Are you doing a bit? I swear if you're doing a bit right now.
I'm largely doing a bit, but Silk Song was mentioned, Quack. There was an announcement for a new handheld Xbox device. Also, this is Zote. This is our first meeting with him. We'll be seeing him a lot more throughout the run. So Xbox announced a new handheld device that's coming, quote, later this year. And during their trailer for it, they had just Silk Song all over the screen. And then they announced that it will be available to play on their handheld device when it launches. No release date was given, though. So,
So it doesn't count.
So we didn't get much. But
so it doesn't count. I know how this works.
We did get a slight narrowing of the window, though, Quack, which you will have missed. It came from Leth in a Discord post, but he said it will be out by Christmas. So, instead of December 31st, we've got December 25th. So we're doing so well over here in the Hollow Knight community. But yes, we're coming up on Hornet. This is a boss that gives a lot of people trouble, and she will be the playable character in the sequel later this year, if that does end up dropping before Christmas. Lots of love for Hornet. We will actually be fighting her twice in this run. So one encounter with Hornet is not actually required to beat the game, but basically any category will do it because she guards the dash ability, the Mothwing Cloak. But we can't actually stop there because we need the second ability that Hornet guards, which is going to be the Shade Cloak ability in a bit of a roundabout way. But we need it in order to fight Traitor Lord. So we'll be seeing Hornet again, which is not always the case in a lot of speedruns of this game. Yeah, now we can dash, so the run actually becomes fun from this point. This is basically what we're going to be doing the entire run, is just dashing as much as possible. We need one more major ability before we can really start to get things underway, and that is going to be the wall jump ability. So we're working our way down to go and pick that up. We have a couple of detours to do both on the way there and immediately after, though, because we need to save Beretta. So I'm actually going to be taking a seat at this bench. You will have seen a minute ago, I actually quit out of the game after picking up the dash ability. We do that all throughout Hollow Knight because it will put us back at the last bench that we sat at, but it will save our progress. So there's a lot of save and quits in this game. I'm taking that bench specifically to warp back there after I save Bretta, which of course is necessary to complete her quest.
You can't find love in the wilderness if you're still trapped in a different wilderness.
Exactly. And Bretta has a personal journey to go through. We'll also run into Cloth as we go through here, although we won't be talking to Cloth. In fact, despite doing the entire Cloth quest, we will only talk to her one time, and that is at the very end of the quest when she says that she's leaving. I don't actually know if the dialogue is different at the very end if you've literally never talked to her before. But we are running with the game in Chinese because it is significantly faster for dialogue, so I will continue to not know. I don't save the scrub yet. All right, we're going to do a trick here called Explosion Pogo, if I do not mess it up, and I did not. Beautiful. Nice. I love that trick. It's very fun. It saves us about 45 seconds, but it's a fun use of the fireball ability to, didn't quite hit that lever, to wait in the air a little bit. This is annoying. I want to pogo these. Maybe. Okay. Oh no, get down here. No. Okay, one more try. Okay.
Wow. Mantis is trolling to the highest possible degree.
Very rude. So we're just going around. The mantises were not the kindest. It all stems from missing that lever. The lure on those enemies is very precise, but that's okay. All right, so this is the wall jump ability. This will really open up movement for basically the entire rest of the game. Dash and claw, as we call it, are basically the only two abilities that you really super need to beat the game. We will be picking up several additional abilities, though, for a variety of reasons. So this is not the end, but it is the core of the rest of our movement. This is a Metroidvania, of course, so there are upgrades everywhere to be seen, but most of them won't necessarily relate to movement. We'll unlock things like keys and additional spells that will give us access to places. This is the core. All right, so we go through a little platforming gauntlet here. We're working our way up to Bretta. So this is our first meeting with Bretta. Bretta, we do talk to a little bit more than Cloth because she has about 4 dialogue boxes here, but we will never talk to her again. So for all of the matchmaking we do, it doesn't necessarily translate to a lot of talking to the people that we're getting together.
And as we have heard so many times before on this very stream between Stardew and Samurai Maiden and Cult of the Lamb, this too is Yuri, actually.
Oops. We do have a new charm here called Dash Master, and it will allow us to dash even faster. I love this charm. It is wonderful in a casual playthrough and a little bit out of the way in a lot of speedruns, unfortunately. Although it has been getting used more in longer categories, because going fast is helpful in a speedrun sometimes. But luckily, because we have to save Bretta, we walk right over it. So we get to use this for essentially the entire run. I will take this off only occasionally. Yeah, we do a little bit more platforming and we work our way into the City of Tears. So this is the next major area that the game expects you to progress to. We will be getting a particular ability here called Desolate Dive, which is going to be both important for progress and also for damage. So we'll actually get the upgraded version of 2 different spells in this run because we have a lot of combat to do. Yeah, we'll take a little bit of a detour at the start here. We're going to go and grab the first nail upgrade. You don't see this in a lot of speedruns of Hollow Knight either. But this is a bit of a unique category in the fact that we have to do a lot of combat, but we manage to not fight a single enemy that scales its health based on our nail damage. Moreover, we need to get all of the nail upgrades anyway to reunite the nailsmith with Shio, so we may as well get one early and then just have this extra nail damage for the entire run. Which is honestly quite nice. As a speedrunner of this game, you get used to doing most things with no nail upgrades because this is quite out of the way. And a lot of enemies you want to kill, particularly Dream Warriors, they get more health when you get more nail damage. But your spell damage doesn't change. So usually we just use spells to kill everything and then never upgrade our nails, so everything has the least amount of health you can manage, but this category, we don't need to worry about it.
Son?
All right, we meet Lem here. He is not going to feature prominently in this run. Generally useful in speedruns of this game to get some extra geo. You can pick up items and then sell them to him. But we don't need very much extra money in this run. We need a lot of money, but we get a ton from having to save 31 grubs, which I guess I didn't talk about, but that is one of the things we have to do in this run, which is another reason why I like it so much. And also having to do 2 different Colosseums, which both have quite high geo rewards. So I will only be picking up 1 more relic throughout the run, which we literally walk right over.
And how tight is the grub routing in this category? How far out of your way do you wind up going for additional grubs in order to meet that requirement for the Paler?
So not too far out of the way. I think that my slowest grub is probably only like 30 seconds of detour, maybe. But I won't pretend to have sat down and timed all the possible options. So I'm kind of just grabbing grubs that are feeling convenient, feeling on the path. I'm not going super out of my way for anything. Because we have to go to so many places, we actually do walk past a ton of grubs, which is convenient. But yeah, we do need 31. There are only 46 in the game, so we need a strong majority of all of the grubs. So we can't be ignoring too many. This whole section is Soul Sanctum. This is awful. Everybody hates it. There's never a good time or a good way to go through this area. This room in particular can be extremely rude because these enemies can teleport directly into your path, and somehow that was the absolute cleanest I've ever gone through there. Okay, all right.
Unbelievable RNG.
My goodness, Quack, you were called a good luck charm earlier, and now I might believe it. We'll see how Nosk behaves before I pass down the final judgment. Yeah, that was quite smooth. So now we fight the boss of this area. This is Soulmaster. I'm going to be intentionally taking damage at the start of this fight. So you'll see me slash 3 times there. Well, I tried to, but we slashed twice. That's just for timing. Because if you're a little bit too fast, you actually get yourself a little bit, not fully soft locked, but close to it. And we don't want that. So we need to time it so that we're getting control back early, but we're not using a spell until we're really available and able to do so. All right, that was the first phase. This boss does a very rude fake out. This absolutely got me when I played this game casually. It looks like the boss is dead. The boss even drops a reward that makes you think you have won, but actually no, it's all a setup for the second phase of the fight. This phase is luckily not too bad, especially once you are familiar with the fight, but it's definitely one of the ruder parts of your casual playthrough. But yeah, I think we
Also,
have
it's
a minute here
honestly
if you
a-
want to
yeah.
say, or if you have anything.
I was just gonna say, it's also a pretty good tutorialization, honestly, about how good nail upgrades are, like when the enemies do not scale, because I recently saw a casual where, due to some wild routing, the player arrived at Soulmaster with nail 2 already.
Oh, wow, okay.
Yeah, and like watching Soulmaster, especially after coming from speedruns, where like often is the case, you have nail 0, no spell upgrades, no real damage. Watching Soulmaster get completely shredded is very cathartic, and so even nail 1 in this.
Yeah, no, nail 1, after getting used to nail 0, nail 1 feels amazing. Nail 2 must feel even better, to be honest. I thought about trying to route in additional nail upgrades early, but most of the upgrade material is unfortunately a little too out of the way. At least for the early game. Yeah, now we're just exiting the Soul Sanctum. I did a trick in a couple of those floors called fake dives, which are fully consistent on this patch, which is wonderful. But basically, you can break those dive floors without actually dropping through. In particular, that let us save a grub much quicker. But yeah, now we're just heading out. Our next destination is going to be Crystal Peak, and that is where we'll get our next piece of movement. But we'll also save a ton of grubs, so it's additionally helpful for that. You'll see a lot of this run is going to be saving grubs, but it's beautiful. We adore grubbies here.
That's important, and there is a Hollow Knight category for saving all of the grubs.
That is true. Hollow Knight.
There's a Hollow Knight category
so
for
many
literally
names.
everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've run literally all of them, is that, if I'm remembering correctly?
I have indeed. I have run every single category, every single meme category that is on the speedrun boards. I have not run every category everyone's ever jumped up because I haven't had the extra 15 years to spare. But there are 27, I think, different meme categories on the boards. They are all wonderful in their own ways. There's a pretty vibrant meme community in Hollow Knight, and we do love that. We do love our meme runs. This game just kind of lends itself to meme runs. There are so many things that you don't see in the in like the main categories, especially any percent. You skip, basically all of the game, which of course makes sense. But even longer categories, they tend to skip a lot of things. Like grubs aren't required for anything outside of 100%. So having a category that just saves all of them is quite nice. So yeah, we'll basically be going out of our way for any grub that's kind of even tangentially on the path. There are a couple of exceptions, but I haven't decided which ones are actually correct to skip, so I'm skipping the ones that I'm most likely to forget. And
That's a good policy.
Yeah, we're working with that. All right, so we're coming up on a trick here in Crystal Peak. The movement in Crystal Peak is rather precise. There's a lot of tricks. Beautiful.
Nice.
That one right there was called Pog Axe because you pogo the axe. It's great. Pog Axe is actually slightly RNG based on what the enemy is going to do, but I got the good pattern there, so Quack continues to be a good luck charm. I'm worried about Nosk now, Quack. The more good luck I get in the run, the more sure I am. Oh my goodness, am I getting this? I got, oh my, okay.
Yo!
That is a very, very precise cycle. I am actually, I don't think I've gotten that
gaming?
since I started running this category, so, we'll take it. Insane. All right, so yeah, this is Crystal Peak. Like I said, lots of movement, lots of relatively precise movement. That cycle there in that previous room is extremely precise. And we're about to come up on a room that, honestly, it looks harder than it is. I say now, but when I died to it, trust me, it was very, very, very difficult. Yeah, this is a room that is controlled by these laser cycles. These are proximity based, so the laser cycles will be the same once you enter the range, so it's not all on a global cycle. And that means that you can set up a very precise set of movement through it where you don't get hit at all. It's wonderful.
I appreciate you doing underplat there too.
Have to go for the swag. It actually loses time with Dashmaster, but you can't tell me that.
I didn't say anything. We all could have not known.
Yeah, I'm gonna retract that statement. Nobody say a thing. Pretend you
Chat,
didn't
I won't
see
tell if you won't tell.
Oop. That was unfortunate. That's okay. All right, we're gonna save a couple more grubs before we get out of Crystal Peak. Here's a grubby up here. Crystal Peak is an area that has probably the highest density of grubs. There are a ton of grubs up here. I think 7 in the total area, and it's not that big of a space. So very convenient to go and save as many grubs as we can get, since we do need most of them. We have some crushers. A lot of Crystal Peak is based on cycles. And the trick is just to not learn those cycles, and then you can't miss them. It's great.
He says hitting all of the cycles. So it's dark.
Yes, right. I didn't talk about this at all. That's a dark room. So there's an item in the game called Lumifly Lantern, and it lets you see in the dark. That's expensive, so I don't get it. We could get it, but that would require us to get a lot more money. It is 1,800 geo, and we have other things that we need to buy. So we don't pick up Lantern. We instead go through that particular room in the dark. It is not too bad of a room to do dark, but it definitely takes some learning. Here I'm going to go for a skip that we call Buggy Skip. Oh, no. Okay, no, we're fine. I'm
Nice.
intentionally getting hit by that Crystal Hunter there in order to skip the entire Descending Dark pickup animation. It takes quite a while. It saves about 15 seconds to do that. But yeah, that's it for Crystal Peak. So that is sort of just about where I would say the early game of this is. Now that we have Crystal Heart and Descending Dark, we can really start moving, and the game really opens up. I'm gonna just take a tour of all my beverages here. I have, of course, a Dr. Pepper, the official beverage of bisexuals everywhere.
Yeah, I'll back that cannon.
Okay, so we're picking up Dreamnail here. We need this for really just one purpose. We would technically need to pick it up anyway because the seer that we can only meet by obtaining Dreamnail actually does have one of the pale ores, which are the upgrade materials to max our nail. But we also need it to fight Grey Prince Zote and break the spell that Zote has on Bretta. So we do need this item. But yeah, we will be meeting the seer. Well, sort of. I'm going to actually be leaving the room before she even loads in, but don't worry about it. We'll be meeting the seer later. Oh, I will not be leaving the room because somehow my seed.
Hi, seer.
But that's okay. Hello, seer. We met the seer. See? But yes, we're not quite done with this yet. I'm going to be opening the stag for later because we will need to spend quite a bit of time in resting grounds. So this whole area has very few things in it generally. Unfortunately for us, one of those things is the flower quest. So we will be returning here much later to finish the flower quest. So I will be opening that stag so we can come back here quickly. All right, I'm also picking up just a bit of extra geo, and then we are getting out of here. Right, this is closed. All right, so let's continue back. I'm heading slightly strange route here. We actually go through Blue Lake from Resting Grounds all the way back to the very starting area. And I'm doing that to pick up a couple of things from Salubra here. And then also to save Sly and a grub. So I want Shaman Stone. This charm is going to be used for pretty much the entire run. It boosts our spell damage by quite a bit. Depends on the spell, how much it boosts it. But as much as 50 or even 60%. So we really, really want it. Because spells are still going to be our main source of damage, even with that one nail upgrade I did pick up. We need to save Sly there, who is infected and in need of a good waking up. Sly will be selling us the key to get our other main spell upgrade, which we're going to get in just a moment. All right, so that ends that long trek. That is one of the more dangerous parts in the early game, at least. Things do open up from here, so this is where the route gets fun, let's say. We can do a lot of things in a Metroidvania when you've unlocked several important movement abilities, and we have a lot of things we need to do. So there's Bretta, for example, sitting on the bench. We've already saved her, so that's one thing that we can tick off the list. But we need to get Zote ready to fight. And to do that, I need to actually go and save Zote down in Deep Nest. He's currently trapped in a spider's web, and if we don't come down there, he will stay there forever. So in order to get this quest going, I need to head to Deep Nest, but we're going to take a bit of a detour quickly just to get a spell upgrade, and then we'll head down. So this is a boss fight, the Soul Warrior. We fight this boss several times during the run. We've already fought the first version of the Soul Warrior the first time we went through Soul Sanctum. This is an upgraded version that comes with ads, but luckily with our Descending Dark and Shaman Stone, it is not much of a fight. Alright, beverage number 3 here.
It's important. You gotta mix it up. Keep the chat on their toes.
Exactly. They'll never know what I'm gonna reach for. But that one is Gatorade. I gotta stay hydrated.
We gotta stay hydrated. It's 2025, friends.
Absolutely. That, yeah, is a little too high. This C-Dash is really fun. The way that Crystal Heart works, you charge it up, and then you just go in a straight line from wherever you started. When you can go across 3 screens like this, it just feels so good. It's a great time. We don't have as many of those as I would like in this run, so I have to savor the ones that we do get. Oh, hello. Where's my second dash?
Oh, and we're doing the Leave City route. Wow.
Yeah, I'm sure this doesn't make sense. However, it's fun, so we're doing it. I actually, okay, the problem, Quack, is we have to go to Deep Nest pretty early because of Zote. So I had to figure out a way to get to Deep Nest. I could go through, the Umu route. But if I do that, then I am retracing my steps later because I have to go that route during Flower anyway. I can also go through Queen's Gardens, but again, I'm going to have to go there later for Trader Lord. So instead, I take this route, and we can save extra grubs along this path. But, it's fine.
No, I think that very genuinely makes a lot of sense and is cool, and also shows off the fact that you have how many hours in this video game again?
Yeah, far too many. I think we're coming up on 4,000, maybe 3,700. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I'm definitely normal about Hollow Knight. It's completely fine.
Some might even say a good thing. Anyway, quick chat, vote now. Which grub is the real one?
True. We have 4 grubs, it might appear. We only saved 3 of them, though. No, 1 of those grubs is real. 3 of them are fake. Don't worry about which one is which. I'm sure we've saved the real one. Yeah, this is Deep Nest. So it is the next major area that we are going to. We won't be getting an ability here, but more of a key that will allow us to progress nonetheless. So it's going to be Tram Pass, but we have a couple of things to do along the way, including taking a double damage tank from that lad, and then hopefully not getting hit here. Perfect. We are going to need to fight a boss down here called Nosk, and Nosk hides one of those pale ores, the upgrade materials for our nail. Nosk is also incredibly rude. Nosk has a quite a lot of RNG to their patterns, and one of their attacks, if you can call it that, is running into the ceiling where I will not be able to attack. So we hope to not have Nosk run into the ceiling and hide from me. But Nosk is known to be very homophobic, so we may be facing that problem. We'll see whether the good luck charm holds. But yeah, we have a little bit of a maze. This is such a cool experience when you play this game casually, because I don't know if you all caught it there in the little corner there, but there was a little copy of me. And if we continue down here, if you look fast enough, you will see a little copy of me running away again. When you play this game casually and don't know what's coming, that's very interesting, lightly terrifying. You can also use the Dream Nail to read the thoughts of the corpses, the sort of the final thoughts that they had that are along the path. If you read them, you'll find that all of them were following something, basically, something that that intrigued them. And of course, the knight was not really the knight, it was Nosk, who has not yet. Yeah, okay, I was like,
I thought you were gonna get 0 ceilings. I was ready to pop off.
So when a ceiling happens, I have to just wait. If I had some different upgrades, in particular the Monarch Wings, which we will actually be getting cruelly minutes after this, then we could hit Nosk during that attack, although it's still bad. But I don't, so I just can't even reach him. So we just have to wait. But luckily, only 1. I'll take that. You really want 0, but 1 is okay. All right, so there is actually our first... No, that's not the right save. Please hold.
And now we're going to load into a 100% completion save, thereby winning the speedrun.
There we go. That's the better save. Okay. I think that was our first paler, actually. I don't think we've picked up another one yet. So we could now get another nail upgrade, but we're actually going to wait until we have all of the upgrade materials to get all of them at once later. So we're just rocking with this single upgrade for basically the entire run. Ow. But we do still have more to do. Got a floaty jump. Don't think I've had one of those here. That can happen with this game. Sometimes you just... Oh, I don't have wings. Sometimes you just press jump, and it gives you a full jump no matter how much you press the button. It is very unfortunate, but not too bad. Okay, you can hear the ramblings of Zote, who is trapped in that spider web. I don't know if you were really able to see it, but you'll see them in a second. We are going to be clearing out an arena. It looks like dead bugs. They are not dead bugs. They are about to come alive and kill me, except this one is really bothering me.
I think they're undead bugs, because the enemies are called corpse creepers. Famously, corpses not alive.
That might be true. I'd have to check you on that.
I'm no lore expert, but if Hollow Knight behaves anything like humanity...
We'll have to reach out to Mossbag for confirmation.
Yeah.
Our corpse is dead. But we saved Zote. Zote is forever ungrateful. I absolutely adore that bug. When we save Zote in Green Path, we never speak to Zote, sadly. But when we save Zote in Green Path, Zote assures us that they had it completely under control, that we wasted our time, that we shouldn't have taken away the glory of the kill. Of course, if you don't save Zote there, Zote actually dies permanently, and you can't do any of the Zote quest, which is very sad. In Deep Nest, the same thing happens. Despite being trapped in a spider web for all eternity until you come along, Zote yells at you about it and complains that you are taking away their glory, helping them when they don't need it. And it's beautiful. But we get to see Zote a couple more times. All right, so that is all we actually need from Deep Nest. Oh, I got the frame. This is cute. That
Nice.
is, so there's a trick that I'm using, which is called an inventory knockback cancel. If you open your inventory when you take damage, then you don't get knocked back. And you can open your inventory on the actual frame that you take damage, or maybe one frame before you take damage. And if you do that, then you get this frame around your screen. That will persist until I quit out again. So we're going to be seeing that for a little bit here. Don't worry about it. It's very pretty. I could actually just open my inventory to get rid of that as well, but I like it. So we get to see it.
A little visual flair for the speedrun.
Exactly.
Oh, you hold this for a second. I'm realizing.
Oh yeah, no, I'm going all the way through, and like it's not even, I don't even quit out at wings, so I'm gonna go all the way through this area, fight Broken Vessel, which is the next major boss we're going to fight. And then I'm going to pick up our next major movement ability, which is the Monarch Wings, which is the double jump ability. And then I'm going to continue back and save a grub, and still not even stop there because I'm going to actually go and open Hidden Station Stag as well. And then I'll finally quit out. So we're doing a lot here with this frame.
That's so funny. Also, shout outs to this next trick.
Yes, this is the trans dash, if I can get it. There we go. Beautiful.
Trans rights, baby. I need some trans rights emotes in the chat immediately.
Absolutely. Yeah, we there's a few places you can use that trick, but that is definitely the one that that saves quite a bit of time, and we love the trans dashes. Whoop.
It's called a trans dash, chat, because you trans your dash. The Hollow Knight community is wonderful.
All right, that was Broken Vessel. Not the hardest boss with the abilities that we have. Pretty good though. Oh, to answer a question from the chat, this is run on the latest patch of the game. So there are still inventory drops, but they're frame perfect, and there's nowhere really in the route to this point where you'd want to do an inventory drop. You can only do them as you walk off ledges. I can't do them in midair. So yeah, we're just enjoying the lovely border here. All right, we don't fight Lostkin here. We do need some essence, which is the reward for fighting various dream bosses throughout the run. But we have to fight Grey Prince Zote anyway, so I actually just get all of my essence from Grey Prince Zote instead of fighting any others. Oops.
I genuinely think this may be a record for the longest amount of time that like this the frame decal has been on up for a speedrun. I love this.
No, it's like I can't think of another scenario where you would do an inventory knockback cancel and then continue playing for like many minutes. It is ridiculous.
It's flexing on the game.
Oh, game simply didn't cancel my C dash. That's encouraging. Okay, so we're buying a stag here. Finally, the frame goes away.
Everyone say
And
bye, Frey.
We quit back out. Now we actually have the normal screen. We cry. The frame is wonderful. Maybe I should just find some random inventory damage to take. Yeah, now we enter...
It is... go ahead.
Oh yeah, the next big area, and we're gonna have a lot to do here. So we're heading to Kingdom's Edge, and it is a big, wonderful area which has both the second fight with Hornet in it, and also the Coliseum of Fools, which is a big arena that we're going to be doing quite a lot of combat in. Oops. And as always, we are saving grubs along the way. This is where we'll have our first acid skip as well. So I didn't pick up an ability called Isma's Tear that would allow us to swim through that acid. So what I did there instead was I simply used Dashmaster and Wings to go over the acid effectively. Nope. Yep, and you can do the same thing on the way back. It is a little bit tricky, and we are going to have another acid skip in a second. Let me heal here just in case. But we have to climb this room. We are going to be going up through the entrance at the top of this room with a quick detour to save a grub. And there is an acid pool that's in the way there. There are a number of ways to skip that acid pool. I will be going for the fastest of them first, and hopefully we'll hit it. And this is where I'm going to intentionally... There we go, perfect. Intentionally take damage.
In one.
Beautiful. That spawns me on the other side of the pool. So, did not have to... did not have to go for the backup skip. There is another way to do it using Crystal Heart. What? How did that not break? Okay, there's another way to do it using Crystal Heart, but we didn't have to do it here. I do take this bench and swap out Dashmaster for Spell Twister. There are two reasons for it. One is I'm about to fight Hornet, but the bigger reason is we're also about to go to the Coliseum, and those are minutes-long arenas, so we really want to have as much spell damage as possible. This is a fun trick where if you C-dash into the arena, you get stuck like this, and we're just a little guy now, and we can actually still use our nail.
The T-pose is my favorite visual bug in this game.
It is wonderful. Once you use a spell, unfortunately, it breaks. But it is so good. But yes, this is the second Hornet fight. It is much harder than the first. She is significantly faster, also has significantly more health. It's intended to be a kind of a late game fight. We're here reasonably powered, I think, for it. Still only 5 health. Normally in a casual, you'd have more health than this by now, hopefully at least. But we do have upgraded spells, and that makes things much nicer. Yeah, we're picking up the King's Brand here. This is really just another key. It's not really an ability. We will be using it once we have finished Kalos, but this will gain us access to an area of the game called the Abyss. That is where we're going to get the ability that will let us fight Trader Lord for Cloth's quest. So we really do just jump around all over the place in this run, and it's good. Yeah, we have a minute here, Quack, if you've got anything you want to share.
Yeah, while we're sauntering on up to the call to the folks that are here, if you're looking to get more involved with the GDQ community as a whole, might I recommend joining the official Games Done Quick Discord. You can add the hotfix role to stay in the loop on upcoming events. You can chat with staff. You can pick my brain about Hollow Knight memes. I have many thoughts. I can prove Cloth and Bread are endgame. And probably more. You can use !Discord in Twitch chat for an invite and more information.
Beautiful. Thank you, Quack. But yes, we are climbing up through Kingdom's Edge here. It is a big zone. There are lots of enemies. Everybody's favorite enemy here, the Primal Aspid, features prominently. We won't really be dealing with them, though, because we are just working our way to the top to get to the Colosseum.
Won't really be dealing with them, except for the Colosseum, where we will be dealing with them.
Yeah, don't worry about it. It's fine. Yeah, there are a number of Primal Aspids in the Colosseum, which we will be facing. Are we doing on time, by the way? I feel like we should be good to do...
Yeah, Colo 1, and then we'll take our break, I think.
Perfect. All right. We'll be doing the first Colo. There are 3 of these. Each one is an arena. So the first one is the easiest of the 3. And also the shortest of the 3, but it gives you a taste. The second one is more difficult, but still fairly doable, and it hides our upgrade material, which we will be needing. So we will be doing the second Colo as well. The third Colo is significantly harder, but its only reward in-game is money and also 1% completion. So we don't need to care about that. We won't be doing it in this run.
Excuse you, you're forgetting the most important reward. The glory of being a fool.
That is true. It does give you the glory of being a fool. Yeah, the first trial here is called the Trial of the Warrior. The second is called the Trial of the Conqueror. And the third is the Trial of the Fool, because only a fool would go through Colo 3. If you want to see me go through Colo 3 with a Guitar Hero controller, on the other hand...
I think you have 112% of the game with a Guitar Hero controller, in fact, if I'm remembering correctly.
I have even all achievements to the game. I definitely need to find another game. Please, Silk Song, come out.
I was going to say, there's another one that I think might be of interest to you at some point.
Officially confirmed for eventual. All right, I haven't really been talking about any of the strats here. Mostly the Colos are a game of soul management and figuring out how to use your spells most effectively. So the majority of enemies in Colo die in 1 Shade Soul, which is this fireball spell I'm using, especially the smaller enemies. It's too slow. If they don't die in 1, then generally they'll die in 2. So we try to set up double hits, all sorts of things. These dream nails I'm trying to time are to get a little bit of extra soul as they spawn in. But these enemies that are about to spawn, for example, most flying enemies, they die in a single hit. So we want to just make sure that we do manage our soul so that we have as much as needed to cast as many fireballs as we can, especially when things like Primal Aspids start spawning. Although I think we've already fought a couple, but they die so quickly you don't even notice them really. All right, so that is sort of the end of Colo. We have one more boss to fight, and this is because we are doing the Zote half of the quest. Zote the Mighty is here to fight us. It is the first of really 5 fights we'll be doing with Zote. Unfortunately for Zote here, we cannot take damage. This is not particularly difficult of a fight.
GG Zote. It gets me every time. After you pick up that charm notch, Matt, if you want to pause your game, and we'll go ahead and pause the timer here. Friends, on the hotfix, We take breaks in our longer runs so that gamers can stretch their hands, so that you as the audience can have a quick break, and also so that we can run some ads on the channel to support the work that we do. I want to say, before we go to the break, thank you to everyone supporting GDQ Hotfix with your subs, gift subs, bits, all of it. Your contributions help keep our shows running. If you're enjoying the stream, consider subscribing for exclusive emotes, ad-free viewing, and access to our chat when we replay events. You can also always support the stream by sharing the GDQ channel with your friends. We are doing speedruns literally all the time, and I, for one, would love to tell you about them. We are going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we will see the thrilling conclusion of Hollow Knight All Gay Couples. Don't go anywhere. Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the thrilling conclusion of not just this run, but of our Pride special here at Make Your Own Victory. Here to finish out the all-gay couples run in Hollow Knight. Back to you, Cthulhu.
All right, thank you, Quack. So, where we left off, we have just finished the first of the Colosseums here, and we fought the most terrifying enemy of all, Zote the Mighty. We'll be seeing a lot more of Zote a bit later in this run, but first we need to do one more Colosseum. There is an upgrade material that we need that is locked behind Colo 2, and as a special treat, we have also in this Colosseum the Oblobbles, who I don't really know much about, but I think could be considered a gay couple if we really want them to be. So we'll be fighting them.
This is true.
We'll be having a good time. It's definitely a multifaceted reason to do Colo 2 here. Oops, flashed the wrong way. I didn't mention in the first Colo, but all of the enemies in the Colos are completely scripted. So for the most part, I should know exactly what's spawning and when. Practice and theory do not always match up, but all of the enemies spawn in exactly the same places. There's no variation to it. Once the enemies have spawned, however, they can move randomly, and especially those enemies that you just saw, the Gruzzers, they can be especially annoying because they can just float places that are quite hard to reach. We'll be fighting enemies later on that are even more annoying. They are called the Battle Obbles, and there are a ton of them, and they have a lot of health. They take 2 Shade Souls to kill, and on top of being numerous and having a ton of health, they move randomly and ruin my day. So we'll be having a good time with them later. But all of these waves, for example, this is completely set. These are great hoppers. There's always exactly 2 of them. And then we get to save another grub. It's a wonderful little reprieve in the middle of Colo 2. They give you a grub to save. It's beautiful. So we get to just, save the... What? Excuse me? I've never seen that happen before.
It doesn't work as well when you literally said one grub is real, the other 2 are mimics back in Deep Nest. Like, you've given the game away.
Some people won't have been here for that, Quack. It's fine. I don't know why I decided to heal right on top of that enemy. Don't even worry about it. But no, so that is a mimic, not an actual grub. So we have to kill it, unfortunately.
That you actually, I'm upset that you sold it so well after having previously given it away.
Look, we have fun here.
As punishment, I'm taking away your floor.
Yes, this whole section, there were spikes down below. I guess I didn't really drop low enough to really see it, but we didn't have a floor. It's called Floorless. Hold on, I'm missing all my pogos. It's called Floorless. It is fairly rude. Oh wow, we got everything with a single Shade Soul. Okay. I think I'd rather save the soul than heal. Okay, so here are the aforementioned battle obbles. I don't know why I tried to Shade Cloak through that. I don't have Shade Cloak. Don't worry about it. It's fine. These are very annoying enemies. They have a lot of health, so they take a Shade Soul and 4 Nail Swings, or if I kill them without Shade Soul, they take 8 Nail Swings. And they fly around randomly. They shoot in this diagonal pattern. It is very, very predictable, but I get hit by it nonetheless, so it's fine. But we're through those, and now we have the Oblobbles. Arguably a gay couple. I won't be fighting that assertion on a day like this. The Oblobbles do not attack randomly either. This is a completely set pattern, one which I have not memorized. Don't worry about it. It's fine. But
Clean fight.
yeah, they luckily don't take too long to kill. Turns out that Pantheon 5 hitless practice is good for something.
Slightly different scale of intensity, I think.
Just a little bit. All right, so that is the pale ore that we needed. I am now just going to be leaving Colo. We don't need to do the third Coliseum. It doesn't have anything we need for this run. So we are simply leaving. And unfortunately, when you walk into the Coliseum of Fools, it is a hard save, meaning the game saves your progress there. So if I were to quit out and try to return to a previous bench, like we've done throughout this run, it would simply put me at the bench in Coliseum, and that is not helpful to me. So we are taking the long way out and leaving through Resting Grounds here. We're still not ready to do Flower yet, but we are getting there. We'll be doing that soon. So instead here, what we're going to do is head down to the Abyss using that King's brand we picked up from Hornet oh so long ago. And we'll get the final movement ability that we're going to have for this run, which is Shade Cloak. Almost said Shade Soul. They're, similar. Yeah, this whole area is nice and creepy. It is a bit of an end game area. The base game does not require you to ever enter here in order to beat the game. So this is entirely used for only the true ending of the game. We will not be doing true ending, but we will be getting the ability required for it, which is Shade Cloak. That is because Trader Lord, the boss that we need to kill for Cloth, is actually 1/2 of the true ending locks, basically. We don't care about those locks. Oh, damn it, here's annoying. We don't care about those locks. Like, we are literally going to kill Trader Lord just to save Cloth and then quit out and leave. But we do need to jump through the hoops to get to the point. Oh no. Oh, we're falling, chat. Get to the point where we can even fight them. Yeah. Oh no. These deal double damage. I couldn't pogo. I don't like this. So if I take another hit here, I'm dead. Stop it. Oh my goodness.
Unbelievable.
Okay. So that was a sibling climb. Certainly one of the sibling climbs of all time. We didn't die though, so we'll take it.
My heart rate just tripled. That last sibling at the top.
Yeah, that one, I could not believe it was there. So rude. Anyway, we survived. Don't even worry about it.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay, so I'm going to just do a quick save and quit here. It is a hard save once we touch that. But this save and quit basically will just skip the cutscene. I don't even know if it saves time RTA, but it definitely saves time loadless. And it also gives me a full heal. So, nice little side effect. All right, so
Okay,
now we
because
have
we're
to
never
going to
be in danger for the rest of this run, so it's
yeah,
fine.
there's luckily nothing difficult or dangerous for the entire rest of the run. What's that? Flower quest? Double damage Zote? Don't worry about it.
It's fine. Again, exactly. You keep telling us not to worry, and you seem like an honest gentleman.
I would never lie to you all, chat. All right, so this is the abyss backwards here. We have to do a bit of a climb. I don't know how to do this climb from the side that I came from, so you'll see I just kind of traverse my way over to the other side, where I kind of know how to do this climb because we do a similar climb in 112%. I don't actually know how to do this climb, but it's fine. We got through it.
No, and this climb is an IL speedrun that I've seen people grind this room for hours.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, people really, really enjoy that climb. It's honestly a very fun room if you know what you're doing. I've never sat down and learned it because I've never run the categories that need it. But, oh, I want to bench here. Hold on. But it is very fun. Okay, so now we are going to head into Queen's Gardens, but we're going to take a little bit of a detour. So I'm actually going to be coming from Green Path, and we're going to save a whole bunch of grubs along the way. And then we'll be heading down to fight Trader Lord. Basically, we got Shade Cloak so that we could fight Trader Lord as soon as possible. And that is what we're going to do. Once we fought Trader Lord, we can go and do the flower quest, which will be finally the first of the 3 couples that we're focused on here.
Yeah, this has all been set up for the matchmaking.
Yes. Oh, that's not where I want to dash.
Actually, very similar to Stardew, where we were good friends for like a whole calendar year and then went from dating to married in the span of 1 day.
That, it makes sense. Yes, we'll be just schmooving through Green Path here. There's several grubs that are pretty quick to grab here, and it also is going to give us access to Queen's Gardens. There are 3 different ways that I could get into Queen's Gardens in this run. One of them is through an acid entrance, which would require a skip known as the Queen's Garden acid skip. I will not be taking that entrance in this run. Another entrance is through the Shade Gate, which requires Shade Cloak, which is the ability we just picked up. That is the entrance I will be taking. The third is through Deep Nest. Had I gone left instead of leaving Deep Nest to the right, we would have found ourselves in a big, gigantic dark room. And had I gone through that entire dark room, climbed my way up, we would have ended up in Queen's Gardens. But we won't be taking that path for many, many, many reasons. Yes, this is the Shade Gate we'll be taking. I will also take the Shade Gate during the flower quest later, because I don't want to have to try to do Queen's Garden acid skip without taking damage.
Yeah, here it's just more convenient for the pathing, but in Flower Quest, where a single hit breaks your flower, needing to get one of the hardest acid skips in the game in a marathon setting in a single try, and then do the rest of Flower Quest seems inadvisable. And it's only, what, like 20 seconds to go the upper path?
Yeah, it's definitely not too much of a detour. Something like that, yeah. We will still be doing an acid skip, but a much easier one. But the joy of acid skips is that no matter how easy they are, you can still mess them up. Missed the inventory drop here, that's okay. So we're working our way through Queen's Gardens. I think technically you could do this entire thing with the flower. I'm not about to do that, especially not in a marathon setting. As Quack just mentioned, the flower means single hit breaks the flower, and you need to get another one and start it all over. So we're not looking to do an entire area, including multiple arenas, without the ability to take any damage. It would be possible, and possibly faster, but I would not say it is advisable.
Or even particularly viable. Like, I don't think I know that the completion categories in this game, their history is they have routed more and more things into the flower quest, but just doing all of Queen's Gardens with the flower is still not done in any speedrun.
Yeah. Not yet, at least.
One day, with time and the lack of Silk Song, all things are possible.
I did make it through both those arenas hitless, so who knows? Maybe I'll get very serious about this category and start doing it. No, unlikely. Yeah, we are making our way through Queen's Gardens, and we are just about at the end here. So right through here is the Shade Gate leading to Trader Lord. We need to defeat this boss, and then we are done with Queen's Gardens. This boss is... oh, that is so rude. I didn't mean that. That's fine. This boss is tricky because they deal double damage. So with only 5 health, we have to be careful. Ow. Wait, why did that hit for only 1? The contact damage on Trader Lord is only 1, but I guess that counted as contact somehow? I'm confused, but we'll take it.
Hitbox machine broke.
Apparently so. Okay, so Trader Lord is dead. I don't know if I can, like, immediately quit out, and I haven't tested it, so I just wait for that door to open, and then for sure, at this point, I can quit out.
And also, critically, Cloth was not in this fight. If
Yes.
Cloth was in this fight, it would be bad for the viability of our headcanon here.
Yes. So, in particular, I saved this bench here in the Abyss because I needed to kill Trader Lord before I can save Cloth in the Ancient Basin. So I am going to be working my way up here right now that Trader Lord is dead, to go and save Cloth. Had we done this earlier, when it would have been more convenient to do it, Cloth would die during the Trader Lord fight, and that is bad for our ship. So we need to put it off until this point. And of course, along the way, we save a grub. This area also has a pale ore, so we'll be picking that up as well. There are 3 normal aspids and 2 Malarks that we need to kill here. And then Cloth will come out of the ground. I will not be talking to her here, though. Now that we've saved her, she will come out of the ground no matter what I do. So I'm just going to come down here and pick up this pale ore, and we can leave. All right, and now comes the fun part of the run. So the first thing that we're going to do here, now that we have saved Cloth, is we are going to go and fight Grey Prince Zote to get the essence we need for the final pale ore. Although it won't be our final pale ore, but for one of the final pale ores. And then we get to do the flower quest. So you get to see a very fun fight here, chat. It is the Grey Prince Zote fight. It'll be the first of 4, so you'll be seeing plenty more of it later.
And if you haven't talked to Zote in Dirtmouth on a casual file, if you haven't saved him or if you just never talked to him, talk to him. Listen to everything he has to say. It's important.
Oh, I forgot to put Twister on. That's fine. Quack, have you memorized the precepts?
Have I memorized the entire precepts? No. One day it will happen, but today is not that day. I do know, however, that text said terrifying, beautiful, powerful Grey Prince Zote, and Math is going to be fighting him 4 times. To say a little bit more about the headcanon while Math focuses on this fight, Bretta falls in love with Zote because Zote steals our valor and claims to be the hero of the Colosseum of Fools. So what we are literally doing right now is Math is fighting the souped-up fanfic version of Zote, and you can fight Grey Prince Zote up to 10 times. He gets harder every single fight you do, but for some reason, you only need to fight 4 of them in order to disillusion Bretta with her fanfiction and have her leave Dirtmouth.
Yes, indeed. And with each defeat of Zote, if you talk to Bretta, you'll see her becoming progressively more disillusioned. Once you beat the 4th Zote, okay, I was gonna say, like, he must be dead. Once you defeat the 4th Zote, Bretta disappears entirely. You can read her diary to see that she has decided that she needs to take a more active role in searching for her hero, her savior, somebody she's going to write more fan fiction about.
If only there were someone imminently poised to leave Dirtmouth who was, you know, going to be a warrior type to protect and defend her.
If only such a person existed.
If only such a bug existed.
Yes. No, we will, and the beauty of it, Bretta is looking for love. Cloth is looking for fights to get in. Oh, I talked to you too many times. And will no doubt be saving Bretta out there. So we know that it's going to happen. They are going to meet.
It's endgame. Just trust me on this. I'm seeing I ship it's in chat, and that's all I need. Anyway, good luck, Flower Quest.
Thank you. So yes, this is going to be the Flower Quest. The person we're meeting here is the Grey Mourner, and I described her story a little bit at the beginning of the run, but that was over an hour ago, so many of you have probably forgotten or weren't there at all. The Grey Mourner was the lover of the trader's child, who has a grave out in Queen's Gardens. We have to deliver a delicate flower over to that grave. What that means is that if I take a single hit of damage, the flower breaks and I need to start this quest all over again. So we are looking to make it all the way to Queen's Gardens, which is on the other side of the map, without taking any damage at all. It is definitely a tricky part of any casual playthrough. It does have a reward of a mask shard, which increases your health, but we don't care about that. We only care about reuniting the Grey Mourner with her now dead lover. All right, and I have to be careful here. We're making our way through the infected crossroads. There's a lot of very dangerous enemies in here, and I'm trying to be as careful as possible while still being as fast as possible. There's luckily a lot of spells that we have, and they kill most enemies here in a single hit. Unfortunately, we don't have infinite soul, so we have to be careful. All right, and here is going to be our first acid skip. Okay, have to be careful with those enemies. There's also spikes. We're also saving grubs while we do this. Oh, I'm low. We're fine. All right, and in this next room, I'm going to be going for a drop that's pretty precise. Okay, didn't get hit.
Nice.
That is tricky. You can go through that room much more safely, but also much more slowly. Okay, good. Now we save one more grub here. And now here is where we diverge from what would be the optimal path at this point, which is to head down through the acid entrance that is down below me. and to do the Queen's Garden acid skip, but we are not going to be doing that. Instead, I'm going to be coming up here. We will be doing this acid skip. No!
Oh!
Okay, we do it again.
This is the scariest part of the run, folks.
A little early, chat. Okay, we do it again. So the problem with flour, of course, is if you break it, you need to start it from the beginning. There's no progress saved. There's nothing that makes it any easier. So that was not even the hard part. We were past the hard part, but that is how it goes with these things.
And critically, you did not get pranked by that enemy.
Yes. It is so easy. So if you fail the flower, when you quit out, that enemy respawns. But usually when you've come to the flower for the first time, you've killed that enemy on the way in. So it's very easy to mess up the flower and then dash directly into that enemy because you forget that they're there. I have done it before.
How I know.
Yeah, I will do it again. It is a tried and true experience for any kind of Hollow Knight flower speedrunning. All right, so same thing with these rooms. These rooms are definitely tricky. There's a lot of enemies in them that are hard to get past, that are very easy to die to. Trying to be as safe as possible. That shape.
I love how you say, I love how you say I'm gonna be as safe as possible consistently as you are dashing through an enemy.
It's fine. It's completely fine. Yeah, it is, possible to take this slower, of course, but most of these things that I'm doing are very consistent. There are exceptions. I have also done a lot of speedrunning of completion categories. I don't need to save the scrub. We've already done that. Okay, that's fine. We do this again. This again is probably the scariest bit. That drop is very precise, and if you mess it up, you will generally get hit. Okay, we've already saved the scrub as well. Got to be careful through these rooms. This one I just take nice and easy. Okay.
Energy in the chat for Cthulhu on QG2 here.
There we go.
We're not done sending energy to the runner, chat.
No, we are not. So we are through into Queen's Gardens, but there is still more to come. And even the final room of this quest is very rude, very tricky. There's thorns everywhere. So we're being careful. Okay, we've done
nice.
All right.
GG couple 1. Can I get some lesbian pride emotes in the chat?
Yes, get that lesbian pride in the chat. It is our first of 2 lesbian couples in this run.
We're gonna give Cloth and Bretta the bisexual nod, because even if Bretta Zode is toxic, we're gonna respect Bretta in this house.
That's fair. I will always support extra bisexual pride. Okay, so flower is probably the most dangerous part of the run. Not in terms of dying, because obviously the danger is really in just taking a single hit. But it has the longest reset time, effectively. When you get hit, it took me several minutes to go back and start that, and get through it again. So we're past that. Now we are going to head to Dirtmouth. I don't want to change my terms here. We have a little bit of cleanup to do, and then we're basically just going to fight Zote 3 times. The cleanup we have is to get the last upgrade materials that we need for the happy couple. So I have to go back to Crystal Peak for that. We do talk to Cloth there. That is the only time we talk to Cloth. She tells us there that she is going to be heading out into the wild. She just needs to take a little nap first. And I understand that completely.
It's Pride Month. We're all EP.
All right, so we save one more grub. You may have noticed I skipped over this grub. That's because we save it on the way out.
I love you just barely get the Mimic awakening cutscene there. That's good.
This run actually does go to all the Mimics. It's kind of funny. I didn't really think about that until now.
I mean, that's just the happy couple part of it, right? Like, happy couple incidentally sees all 5 Mimics.
That's true.
They're good grubs, Math.
They are good grubs. I have thought about routing out this, the Crystal Peak one and getting the ore first pass, and then just adding, like, some other grub somewhere. But I didn't get as far as thinking about what other grub or where. So we're still saving that grub. It's fine. But they're all good grubs. All right, so coming up, we have another room that has some of my favorite movement. It is a very fun room to do with the movement that we have. So we have to save one more grub here first, and then we head up to Hallownest Crown, which is where the next pale ore is located. So this room here is very good. I missed the pogo, but that's fine. Very good, very fun to just travel up here. There's enemies all over the place. There's crystals that you can pogo. You have wings, dashes. It's beautiful. One of my favorite rooms to go through in speedruns.
Is this a movement IL too? I don't know my room ILs very well.
I don't
People
either.
do crown climb?
I feel like it might be. There was a run that people were doing at some point, which was like you start in the abyss and you go all the way to crown.
Oh yeah, Celeste percent.
Oh yeah, that's what it was called.
Climb the mountain, baby.
Yes. I forgot about that.
Shout outs to our Monica's D-Sides run from the very beginning of this showcase. YouTube.com/GamesDoneQuick if you want to see everything we've done.
There have been some fantastic runs if you're just tuning in. And yesterday as well. Definitely check out
if you're watching this on YouTube in the future, hi. I hope Silksong is treating you well. Maybe subscribe to the YouTube channel, do all that good stuff. Click the bell. You know how this works. But mostly the Silksong thing.
Mostly the Silksong thing. Okay, so now we have a minute where we are just waiting for grub rewards. We have to sit here while Grubfather throws out 31 different rewards if I have saved all the grubs I'm supposed to save. If I haven't, we'll have a very, very definitely part of the route detour where I go up to cliffs and save a grub. Don't worry about it. But Quack, this is the perfect time for you to give your pitch for why Greta and Cloth are endgame.
Okay, so here I think I've given it over the course of this run, but genuinely, it is too tropey to not be real. You have like this extremely incensed warrior in search of a great battle, like in search of even perhaps dying with honor, with a tragic backstory and a potentially lover that she's left behind. And then you have a hopeless romantic fanfic writer who is desperate for someone to sweep her off her feet, and both of their quest lines end with being released into the wilderness, leaving Dirtmouth and indeed Hallownest behind. I'm not going to fully out the sorts of fiction that I read, but it is too good to be true. Ship it. I'm just saying. GG on saving the correct number of grubs.
We did it. Yeah, and I buy it. I buy it completely. All right, so final bit of cleanup here, and then we get to fight Zote. So I am going to be taking a bit of a trip to the lovely Ronnie Joe Stenja. That is definitely his name. And get the maximum number of nail upgrades, which will be nice to have for the Zote fight, but are necessary for Zote fight. I should say Zote fights, but the nail upgrades are necessary for the final thing we'll do in this run, which is the happy couple. So this is basically the last bit of setup that we have. I will also be taking another trip down to our good old friend Lem, because I need about 6,800 geo for what I'm about to do. I have 6,400 from not trying to collect any geo the entire run. I think that that's silly. I don't know why I can't find another 400 geo somewhere, but I can't. So we go and we talk to Lem to sell something that's worth 1,200. And, you know, it's fine. So now I have more money than I'll ever need. The geo routing in this category is honestly very silly. We get so much money from Grubs and from Coliseum that, like, it pays for everything we need, effectively. All right.
It's so weird to see you approach the nailsmith and not have just violence in my heart. I'm rooting for you to quit out after this. It's so strange.
Truly a remarkable feeling. Yeah, so the nailsmith has two possible endings. Like many of these quest lines, like for example, we could have accidentally or intentionally gotten Cloth killed, but we saved her instead. The nailsmith, after you get the final upgrade, will actually ask you to end his life. He feels that he has achieved everything that he ever set out to do. He's upgraded your weapon to its fullest potential. He's crafted the perfect weapon. Nothing he does for the rest of his life will live up to that. And what he asks you to do is to strike him with the weapon so he knows, you know, how it feels. But if you don't do that, he changes his mind. He realizes that there is many more gay things to do in life, and he goes in search of love. So we will give him that. We will let him find his love, which is the happy couple ending. Quack is normally a strong proponent of the alternate ending to the quest line, where you do.
He has one request, but not during Pride Month. During Pride Month, I know what's up.
Yes.
I also, while Math goes into the Zote refights, I do want someone to check me because it's been a while. Level 2 is gorgeous, passionate, terrifying, beautiful, powerful Grey Prince Zote, I think. Chat will absolutely jump on me if I'm wrong. But the Grey Prince Zote titles that get added with every level, I think it's gorgeous, passionate.
Yeah, so unfortunately I cannot read it as we are playing in Chinese, but there is, I think, 2 titles added. Oh, what? Where's my jump? I think 2 titles added for the first Zote refight, and then 1 more for each additional. I could be wrong about that.
It's 2 additional. It's 3 for level 1, 2 for levels 2 and 3, and then 1 for the rest.
2 and 3. Okay, yeah. So Zote has an increasingly long title, and it is beautiful. I didn't put on Spell Twister. We're doing so well.
The fight also does get meaningfully harder. For the first 4 fights, Zote gets additional health every time you fight him. He also gains the ability to spawn additional enemies every time you fight him. And starting at the 4th fight, so we're only going to see 1 of these from Math, but starting at the 4th fight, he starts just doing more damage to you. So the 4th level of the fight is double damage, but it can go up further from there. And at like max level Zote, he's just one-shotting you. It's beautiful.
Yeah, I think the highest level Zote does 8 or 9 damage, and it's effectively just a one-shot. It is pretty rough. There is a concept in this game with the Godhome DLC of a Radiant boss, where any damage the boss does to you is a one-shot. The final tier of Grey Prince Zote is effectively just doing the fight radiant, completely hitless.
Yeah, it is even, I think, a little harder than Radiant because Zote also, as you can see just from the walk speed, Zote gets faster every level as well. And the God Home DLC sort of locks Zote's behavior to level 3 or level 4. So
I literally didn't know that, Quack. I was wondering why I was always diving too late on the level 4 Zote on the overhead dive. Now I understand.
No, he moves so fast. It's so funny. This is such a good joke boss fight. Like, he throws himself at the ground and misses. I love this fight so much. I am a Grey Prince Zote stan. It's why mechanically this category is also good. Also, Aftermath kills Zote for this 4th time, which I believe is vigorous, diligent, overwhelming, gorgeous, passionate, terrifying, beautiful, powerful Grey Prince Zote. Aftermath gets this last kill. That is the completion of the Scrappy Couple quest line, so I'm going to need an explosion of bisexual pride emotes in the chat on this kill.
Absolutely. And definitely withhold your celebratory emotes until the kill is final, because as we mentioned, Zote is dealing double damage here. This is famously one of the hardest bosses to not get hit to. Zote behaves rather erratically, but in my opinion, this is easily one of the top fights in the game, arguably the top fight in the game. I love this fight. And I think it's so sad that is one that can be that you can be completely locked out of. So we love Zote here. Zote is great. All right, never mind. It was easy.
Hitless too. Bisexual pride, baby.
Yes, get that bi pride. Get the bi pride in the chat.
We did it. We released Cloth and Bretta into the wilds. I know they will find each other.
Yes, so I'll go and just show you. Bretta is gone. Bretta has been sent into the wild. We will now be doing the final couple, which is the happy couple, and we'll be coming up on time in about a minute and a half, maybe.
Yeah. Gay pride emotes at the ready, or if you've got any specifically MLM, Achillean, I think is the equivalent term. I learned this recently. Like Sapphic for lesbians, but then Achillean for explicitly MLM. Get your gay pride emotes ready.
Yes. Prepare them. You'll need them. And this is probably the most explicit of the gay couples. This part, the happy couple, that is its own speedrun with an actual speedrun.com leaderboard. It becomes very popular during June, as you might imagine. And it's honestly a pretty good run, except for the fact that Nosk is extremely homophobic. It is a great time. So definitely check it out if you're interested in Hollow Knight speedruns. Oh, nice. We got that trick. That is nice. All right, so we need to talk to Shio. You can see Shio is here painting, but Shio will nonetheless teach us a particular bit of combat art. It is the Great Slash. We need to get that before the Nailsmith can actually show up here. So now that we've done that, we just sit on the bench and then we return and we get the good scene. Well, the bad scene for speedruns, but the good scene for my heart. You can see the Nailsmith has shown up and is being painted. Yes, time. Sorry. I got too excited
so locked
by
in on
the
gay pride emotes in the chat.
Excited. But you can see that Shio is now painting the Nailsmith, and it's beautiful. There is actually another scene. Let me see if I can reload and get it. And it's very cute. Yes, perfect. They are making little figurines together, just sitting and making little figurines. Shio seems to be making Dung Defender or Ogrim. And the Nailsmith, Ronnie Joe, as we call him, seems to be making a king's mold. It's very cute. They are lovely together. When you do this, you get the happy couple achievement, and it's wonderful. But yeah, that is the run. That is all the gay couples in Hollow Knight, unless you have more to headcanon, and I'm sure you all do. But these are the 3 that we're showcasing today.
Incredible. And you know, I'm sure there is plenty more, but these are the ones that have speedrunnable justifications, and that's important. Mav, thank you so much for coming on. Truly, this entire special has been my headcanon since the beginning of Make Your Own Victory, but I have known for a very long time this is how I've wanted to end our Pride Month special, and I am so grateful that you were willing to come on and contrive some things, make a wonderful gay speed run. Before we close down with some general announcements, Math, please let the people know who you are, where you're at on the internet, and what you are up to.
Yes, absolutely. So you can find me at twitch.tv/Mathulu or at YouTube, youtube.com/@Mathulu. I do a whole bunch of speed runs, challenge runs. I do silly things like all achievements on a guitar controller. I've done all the meme runs in this game. I spend a lot of time on Hollow Knight, but also on some other games. So you can be sure to check that out. And yeah, I really appreciate you pitching this category to me, Quack. It was fun to route and to run. I think it's a really good time. And it was great to showcase it for Make Your Own Victory. It's been a fantastic 2-day special. So thank you for organizing that, hosting it, getting it all together. Your show has been a absolutely marvelous show. It's been a delight.
No, stop. Wait, you can't hit me with this. I'm about to do sincerity to close it down. Thank you again, Mathulu. Friends, chatters, countrymen, I don't know. We have made it to the end of our 2-day Pride special for Make Your Own Victory. This is also somewhat our unofficial season finale, quote unquote, because Make Your Own Victory is going to be off next month. There is this small event you may have heard of called Summer Games Done Quick 2025. I highly encourage you to check that out in the month of July. It's going to be a wonderful time. Also, of course, there is so much else happening on Hotfix. Next week is the Sonic and the Sega All-Stars Showcase. A little bit after that is the Juneteenth special being put on by Black and Flash. And of course, our regular suite of shows picks up tomorrow at 7 p.m. Eastern with more Hotfix goodness. Before we go, I want to wish everyone, regardless of how you identify, whether you are out and proud on the internet or figuring yourself out in this moment, a very happy Pride Month. My journey on the internet has been entirely because of wonderful people in the speedrunning community, some of whom got to perform for you this weekend. I would not be where I am or who I am without speedrunning, and it is an honor and a pleasure to bring some of that joy to your screens this weekend. So with love in my heart, speedrunning is a beach day, and thank you so much for playing in the sand with me. We're going to go in a few moments to a replay of today from the very top of the show, so if you miss anything, you can catch it, and if not, I hope to see you again soon. Goodbye.